When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high light. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, kehansaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Innkeeper,
Yeah?
this is from the guest upstairs.
Huh?
My, I'm rich.
He said it was a repayment.
Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook! Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on, we're just playing around. Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Allow me? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run! If only I had an opening here, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secret after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden?
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world. bones! I shall crush my foes!
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Hut. 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 Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
From a single spark, the fire begins. Embers Awaken, a call to rise, to reignite, to re-emerge with strength and passion. Malaysia's first ever official Honor of Kings League, a symbol of pride, power, and the roar of something unstoppable. A new group rises from the ashes. Fresh fire, unwritten stories, fierce hunger. This league is their proving ground. And they're here to burn. Team Secret fight to claim what's theirs. Nova, champions who've tasted glory but want more. BSE, not just defending the crown, they're evolving, reigniting the passion. Witness the Embers Awakening.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Malaysian Honor of Kings League Spring 2025, supported by our official tournament partner, Realme Gaming. This is week 5, day 3 of the knockout stage. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Holler, my brother, and we are going to be your casters for the day. How are you feeling, Holler?
I'm feeling great. I'm actually super excited about today. Obviously, today is going to be setting up a lot for next week, which will be the final week of the regular seasons, and of course, the playoffs, where everything is going to be at stake, and getting into the top 6 is going to be no easy task for these teams.
Absolutely, man. Now, unfortunately for Toda and Seoul Esports, the journey seems like it's over already, but they still do have matches to play here, and obviously they can't just walk away from it. They have to go out there and look for some sort of a way to dismantle their opponents, who are going to be super confident that these guys who are already eliminated won't be able to do anything against them. Maybe they can make a name for themselves before they do step out of the competition. And of course, we also do have the top 2 spots pretty much secured by Black Shrew Esports as well as Nova Esports. As you can see here, 9 victories, 1 loss thus far for both these two teams. None of the others should be able to reach up their glory unless, of course, something drastic changes in the competition.
Yeah, probably not going to happen. But again, the 3rd through 6th position, this is the play-ins. And again, the seeding is ever so important. Like, do you want to be facing AG Global going on? I mean, they seem to be really hot right now. This is a lot of momentum going in. But again, that's a 3rd place team. But DTE with some serious upsets. They've bounced over O2 Esports and Team Secrets to take the 4th spot. But are they able to continue that momentum and secure that in for the play-ins? We're going to have to find out.
Absolutely. And of course, we are going to be seeing Team Secret taking on O2 as the first series of the day, and both of them are neck and neck at the moment on the overall leaderboard. And you just mentioned as to how important these matches are going to be to set up the playoffs later on in terms of the bracketing, and obviously that is going to be instrumental to see if or not they get eliminated early from the playoffs or they get another chance. Team Secret taking on O2 for game 1, Nova versus DTE for the series number 2, and BSE takes on AG Global for the final series of the day.
Yeah, every single one of these series is going to be a banger, right? And it just sets it up. Yes, they might not be able to get in the top 2, but it sets yourselves up for the, the potential play-ins and that playoffs. If AG right now, they're probably going to want to try out some strats, especially going up against the Titan, the #1 dog right now in BSE, just trying to see how they can kind of play up against this team. I think it's going to be key for them to really come out with a lot of success. If it comes through the draft or execution, it's going to be a true test for this team here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, obviously not every single team out there has been having a walk in the park in the competition thus far. Some of them have been really feeling the heat. Teams like Team Secret, O2 Esports, they've got more serious losses than victories because of how difficult this league has been thus far. But of course, this is where they have to dig deep and make sure they pull out the very best. And in order to go out there and conquer some of these matches in the Gorge, you need to have a decent enough device. If you're still looking for one, pick a Realme 14 series. Realme 14 5G features segment best Snapdragon 6 Gen 4 chipset, long-lasting battery, largest VC cooling area, as well as it empowers players to enjoy 120 frames per second in Honor of Kings, promising a smooth, high-performance gaming experience. For gaming, you gotta pick Realme 14 series, Holler.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the best phones to be playing the Honor of Kings, but to be in the MKL as well, to have that honor and playing that with that phone across, throughout. And look, the Malaysians have the championship banners, all of them going into this one. There's a lot of pressure going into this. And yes, top 3 are going to get into KWC, which is going to be super key for them, especially as it sets the tone for the rest of the tournament here.
Absolutely, man. And of course, this is not all the excitement we are bringing to you guys. You have been able to enjoy the broadcast online thus far, but 6th to 8th of June, we hope you can join us at Sunway Pyramid. It's just nearby my house, Holler. I know it's a little bit far for you, but I hope I see you there too, buddy. We get to have the playoffs on ground. So regardless of where you are in Malaysia, we hope we get to see you there as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be what's better than a live crowd and seeing the MKL spring season come to a close there to find out who will be the champion going in. There's going to be a lot of momentum. There's going to be a huge number of stakes going in, and they'll probably be the favorite from a non-China team going into the KWC, which is ever so important, especially in terms of seeding.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, having a crowd right in front of you, the environment is just so much more different. You can't just slack off and play on your mobile phone if you're sitting down in a studio or in your gaming house. But in front of a crowd, bro, you better step it up because they will affect how you feel out there. So you got to take advantage of this online presence that we have now. Team Secret taking on O2. We've got the lineup of Sun, Swan, Guxing, Shisan, as well as Nonwo on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, and on the O2 side, you're going to have K1, Care, White, X1, and of course, the leading MVP player, Kong Lin. He's got 6 MVPs to his name. If O2 are going to win, it's going to be on the backs of Kong Lin here.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The last time this team of Team Secret took on O2 Esports, the series did not go the distance. It ended in 2 games, and it was a beast of a matchup. I don't think we saw O2 Esports pick up a lot of kills in those games, and it was just Team Secret absolutely bashing them in. But this time around, after getting a beating in the hands of Team Secret the last time around, maybe O2 has got something up their sleeves. We've seen a couple of turnarounds in this double round robin thus far. Hopefully this is one of those situations as well.
Yeah, and it's also about, the fact that these teams are really starting to grow. They're starting to hit that stride kind of going into this playoffs. But let's check out the head-to-head, of course, going into this one. This is going to be a key one. It's going to be in the jungle. It's going to be Guxing and Konglin, which I've already kind of praised his name on. But he's got a higher KDA. His GPM is a little bit higher as well with 730 to 676, which is key. But Guxing, getting those Shadow Overlords, actually key. The fact that he's been able to take those neutrals away, it's been huge and really setting up the success for Team Secret here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the jungler, if you can't obtain the biggest objective on the map, then I'm not going to say you're useless, but you're obviously not playing your role to the maximum potential, right? And Guxing knows how to get the job done. It's not like Kongling is not doing it out there, but when you go up against junglers like Guxing, it just gets so much more difficult. We've seen the timing out of Guxing. He has been phenomenal. But of course, we also have to acknowledge the other stats here as well, right? The average KDAs, the average goal per minute. This is probably going to put Kongling and the O2 squad maybe a couple of steps ahead. We might just see a back and forth here in the series by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going into this one, yes, the records are tied. I mean, the win losses are negligible at this stage. They're pretty much neck and neck. They have still plenty of games to go. But the fact that Team Secret are here, if you told me that they were going to be the 5th place team in the MKL in week 5, day 3, I would have been like, no. There's no way Team Secret isn't top 3. Top 3, top 4 going in. And, there was a lot of mistakes that we've been seeing. They have kind of been fumbling the ball. They've kind of let some games slip through their fingers that were easily winnable. But this is a time to grow, to take that experience, to take those L's, really learn from those experiences. And going up against a team that is like O2, which again, we had some decent expectations for, and they're kind of on that bottom 5th, 6th spot, and this is going to be a key matchup here.
Yeah, I think that's what I love about Team Secret overall, right? Not just in the game of Honor of Kings, but as a brand across the esports industry. They don't go and pick up the best players within the league. They pick potential, and I think they've got the eye for potential for sure. These boys, I mean, we've seen a couple of mistakes like you've pointed out already, but I'm pretty sure the organization as a whole has got enough in the bag in terms of experience to shape them to be champions in the near future, because we've seen some supreme moments out of them as well. It's just that consistency just lacks in the squad at this point of time. We're going to be bringing up the drafts shortly. And like I said, the last time they met, it was a quick one holler, 2 games. We didn't get the 3rd one, and we kind of saw them getting bashed, right? O2, they barely got those kills in there, and it was just Team Secret all over the map. How do you think this one's going to fare this time around?
Well, okay, that was kind of like the first half of the season, right? And going into this, I think that they were kind of a little bit more shell-shocked going in. They were kind of like, it seemed a little out of place. Team Secret really stuck it to them, right? But that said, I think O2 has really grown. They've gotten a lot better. They've matured. And I think even that game, that matchup on DTE, which you casted yourself on Friday, was a bit of a bummer for them. The fact that they should have won, but they let it slip through their fingers. And this is why O2 right now are on the bottom. They're in the 6th slot. They let DTE kind of jump over them with that win. And that was a huge loss for O2.
Yeah, very early bans coming on through here. The Dharma as well as Mai being taken out for the side of O2 Esports. And we don't definitely understand exactly why they don't want such firepower in their faces. And Dragon and Arlie as the opener, great burst potential. We've seen many kills coming on through from this Arlie in the past. And this is something that O2 is going to need up against Team Secret here.
Yeah, and O2 kind of going with the meta. I mean, you're definitely going to want to set yourself up for success by picking probably the S-tier farm laner, right? Arlie, I think you're going to be very comfortable. You're going to be very happy if you're able to pick that up. Plus the fact that you're actually not showing your hand in terms of like what sort of draft you have. And Team Secret are going to counter pick with the Pei and Diadea. They want to go a little bit more fast pace here.
Absolutely. Now, we've seen this Diadea in action already many a times before, and just helping the pace of the squad, with Pei just kind of prowling around, absorbing and taking a lot of damage that O2 Esports can be dishing out, probably from that Arlie as well as Byron, is going to be key for the survivability on the side of Team Secret. And obviously, Gushing knows how to get a couple of kills with that Pei as well, so it's going to be pretty threatening. O2 Esports, on the other hand, with the Zhang Fei and Byron being dragged in. Now, I'm not a big fan of the Byron, but Zhang Fei, we've seen him being very effective in pretty much many of the matches that we've casted thus far, Holland.
Yeah, actually, O2 Esports. Zhang Fei, most picked in MKL. This is a smart pick. I mean, it just really sets yourselves up for success in terms of that roam. You've got that team fight, that control, everything that you really want. And he's very tanky, right? He's tough to take down. Plus, the O2 Esports picking up the Byron here. This is a key pickup for them because you're taking it away from Team Secret. There's a Byron Pei combination that just absolutely wrecks the enemy jungle. This is a very smart play to kind of to take away from Team Secret more than anything else.
Yeah, Justice is swifty. Renji, he knows how to cleanse, kite, and carry his squad through. And in the hands of Team Secret, this is going to be quite the deadly weapon in the combination with the Pei and the idea as well. So just these 3 heroes alone on the side of Team Secret would make anybody shake and cry for a little bit of help. But on the side of O2 Esports, the draft seems to be pretty solid as well, right? You can see Musashi being banned out as well. Understandably, Team Secret does not want to have that mobility up against them.
Yeah, and also this could potentially open things up. I mean, they're trying to go with the Dianwei and the Musashi ban that you're talking about from Team Secret. It might be setting themselves up maybe for, again, they're just trying to protect the jungler more than anything else, which is, of course, Pei in this this situation. But I kind of want to talk about D-Renjie because the fact that this is a hero that's, really kind of peaked a bit. It's definitely been way more popular. It has so much utility, and it provides a lot for what you want. Like, it's, at the end of the day, it's like the Toyota Camry, and it's like not a bad car. It's just very consistent and it's comfortable for you. And I think that's giving it to Sun on Team Secret will be key.
Well, I mean, these are power-packed picks coming on through here for O2 Esports. We see the Ogren and Lady Zen making their appearance as well. In terms of capability to hop on in there, get that burst damage out, have the instant defense in here with Zhang Wei as well. Some of these team fights are going to be really, really strong for the side of O2 Esports for sure.
Yeah, and look, with that Ogren pick, basically they're trying to be like, hey, we can play kind of like a mid to late game. We just got to get our farm, and then we'll get the snowball going. This is kind of like the strategy of O2 Esports, plus you have Lady Jeanne to kind of protect the Ogren, and just kind of keeping it, like, basically you're protecting it from getting, Ocean of Tears at times. But Team Secret going out with the Lubu's the final pick. I like this one. This is something that they've been kind of experimenting with. This is definitely going to be in the top lane with the clash lane with Juan. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the Demon God of War himself, excited to see him out there. I don't think I've seen or casted any one of the Lubu matches thus far. Excellent for 1v1 duels, like you said, at the Clash lane as well, right? Late game, frontline pressure for sure out of the Lubu, so Team Secret might be looking to play a slow game by the looks of things here up against O2 Esports, Holla.
Yeah, definitely. Good. They're gonna. Okay, Team Secret will definitely want to be playing a little bit faster. They definitely have a timer on them. If they're able to kind of hit those times and then kind of get the snowball going, they're gonna have a great time. But if I'm looking at these just from hero to hero, like comparisons, I'm gonna give the edge to O2 because of the fact that you have heroes that are generally easier to play. The style that you need to do to have success with them will be much easier for O2.
Absolutely, and now it looks like we're getting into a little bit of a tussle here. No is not going to get caught out just yet. The Zhang Fei is not as threatening. And of course, Shisan is going to be backing him up to make sure No does not get eaten up. So this day they are getting cheeky very early on.
Yeah, you want to put a little bit of pressure on. But look at this. They're always going to be invading, making it difficult. And plus, seeing as White has this smite, you have that extra potential way to get that double smite to ensure you get that buff.
And then... and it looks like Gushing is not going to be staying for the party. Kong Ling up against Xuan as well. Team Secret being pressured extremely bad from the very get-go here by O2 Esports. No kills out there just yet as Xuan tries to prevent that steal, but O2 will not really be bothered about that attempt at all as they back away from the Lubu.
Yeah, and this is why when they played the first time around, Team Secret 2-0'd them. I mean, they took the fight too. The Team Secret were very aggressive, and O2 were like, hey, we don't like this passive style. We got to get ourselves in this. And the fact that you're kind of, funneling all of this farm into Konglin, he's going to get that, and being aggressive and taking it away from Gushing, who tends to be a better early game hero. They're playing to their, they're basically taking away the strengths of the Team Secret lineup here.
As some gentle love taps go back and forth down here at the mid part of this map. Up here at the Clash lane as well, we can see that Lubu's pretty much playing this defensive game. He's going to wait to level up first before he shows K1 exactly who's boss. So that's going to be a fight that I do not want to be a part of. No, though. Jumping on in, but Kongling is there for the backup as well. And Team Secret almost caught out, but Xuan is immune to that stun. Kongling struck right back. The knockback is there. And now Xuan with the opportunity to go in here for the chase, but it's just going to be a clearance of the minion wave for now.
Yeah, an ult for an ult, not the worst trade in the end of the day. And the fact that, Kong Lin is kind of rotating around. He's not... Oops, reborn.
Oh, beautiful. As they hop on in, Kong Ling stuck in there, but Xuan just overcommitted in that fight. That Lubu's not stacked up just yet to take on fights like that. And just like that, the damage has been done. O2 backing away as they look for a bigger prize as the minion wave down mid. They will be able to put this pressure on, but Team Secret says absolutely hell no to that as they drop by for the defense.
So Xuan actually traded his Tremble Mortals ult for K1's Force Field Suppression. It was a good one, and I thought it was going to be fine. But then the fight continued into the river, and Xuan without that ult, he was kind of in a bad spot. He was already at half-life. Not the greatest situation, and you don't want to be giving up first blood, especially that early in this game.
And they're trying to steal away the blue buff here. And it looks like it was most definitely successful. The knockup is there, coming on through for the side of Team Secret. Xuan caught already, and it looks like he's going to expire. Nowhere close to saving his buddy, and Lubu gets shut down once again. Can't get away in time. Oh, and Kong Ling, this Auburn is just so nasty.
Oh, so nasty. With 3 members down from Team Secret, and this is kind of why Lubu isn't really a household name as of now. There are definitely moments when you have that arena set up. Yeah, it's a great idea, but if they just walk out of it, or you're kind of outnumbered.
Yep, well, Sun will learn a tough lesson as to why he should not be waltzing out all alone. X1 takes an easy one. 5-1 now, O2 Esports with such a massive lead, and this is most definitely going to show in that gold as well.
Should Sun be calling X1 dad at this stage, or is it still too early?
Maybe a little too early.
A little too early, but it's still 5-1, and O2 are really starting to feel it. This lead is about 1K, and look they're turning this into a tyrant, a great conversion, really setting themselves up for success. They've made some great moves, gotten some good pickoffs. This is a great start for O2 in the first game of the series.
Yeah, absolutely right. Great pressure played, and now with the tyrant in hand as well, they get a little bit extra advantage up against that minion wave, but they want to take it all the way, shutting down player after player. Look at this overextension. Sun can't even get anywhere. Yes, the turret is there for the defense, but O2 just overstepping boundaries, not respecting Team Secret at this point.
Are you overstepping when you're able to take advantage and get those pickoffs? White going in like that saves his ult for the perfect time, pushing Sun away so that they can secure the 0-0 kill. Just really well played by O2 at this stage.
Well, they've managed to take one tower. This Lubu is effective in that way. Everybody's ignoring Lubu at this point of time. And he says, I'll take a tower in the meantime. X1 hopping right back in. Fighting Gushing and Shisan. What a protect! And that was how you hop on in there. No, for the one final second-ditch effort to hop and block that for his buddy. And Shisan will stay alive.
I mean, the fact that Shisan had his passive, the maintaining initiatives, just to stay alive, just for that one hit. But again, this is why we're in the MKL. This is top tier Honor of Kings Esports. The fact that they were able to calculate it, get that save as well, and to kind of continue on. I mean, Team Secret are still in this game, and they're playing very well in the sense of just like this defensive game, you know, and giving themselves an opportunity to get back in.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where we're going to see exactly how good Team Secret is with this one. A dive in does not find the full stun. White walls out of that one, and Xuan once again pressured and will have to abandon the team fight. Pei, on the other hand, down here at the mid lane, trying to make sure his tower is not touched.
Yeah, for me, I'm not a huge fan of Lubu. Oh, Umbrella Uppers connecting on the ends, but I think that he's going to walk away. But look, I like Lubu if you use him as a secondary initiator. I think that if you use him as the initial one, you're going to struggle.
I like Lubu's name. It's as far as it goes. And yet another inner tower this time taken away from this Clash lane. And Team Secret actually struggling up against O2 in this opening matchup in their series. Down mid here as well, their towers have been untouched, but that Clash lane has most definitely suffered some huge losses.
Yeah, but this is why O2 Esports have really grown as a team. They've learned their lessons. They're really getting themselves back. I mean, they're in the driver's seat in this stage and really taking it to the fight to Team Secret, who again have to be very defensive. They have to be very reactive as of where the movements are. O2 have taken great fights, catching out some of those heroes, have done a great job in the first 7 minutes here.
Absolutely. And see exactly how they can convert this one into a victory. Gold-wise, Team Secret hasn't really fallen back all that too far just yet, although they are 5 kills down. Sun looking for some gentle love taps back and forth. O2 refusing to get into a tussle with them. They want the red buff, and it looks like O2 is going to make a big fight for it, dragging the Crimson Golem out of position and also sneaking that one away. Kong Ling now just so much more deadlier.
Yeah, but look, Gushing wasn't even in the right side of the map. He was nowhere close to that Crimson. There was no chance that they actually were able to steal that away from Kong Lin, who had Smite up. So just all in all, like Team Secret are reacting, trying to protect, but here's another fight.
A beautiful knockup coming on through, and San, what a flash! Just to get away, but Cat did not care about him running. Still managed to reach out and send him to the oblivion. Shisan, on the other hand, hanging on for his dear life. The minion waves have arrived already, and it looks like the inner tower is going to be absolutely demolished down here on the mid lane by O2. 5th tower in play for O2, and Team Secret still trying to find a way back in here.
Yeah, Kara with that perfect flowing side that bounced around. And Team Secret, I mean, generally speaking, they want to be grouped up, but some of the heroes from O2 are making it very difficult for them. Oh, but they get him with the Storm Strike.
Yeah, Gushing trying to get away, but K1 says, no, sir, you stay by here. And Gushing knows he can take this fight, but White shows up, and Gushing is toast. There's no way he gets out of this one, and Pei goes down.
Yeah, I mean, just barely able to clip him so that he wasn't able to teleport away. And Gushing right now has been struggling. It's an early game hero, and yes, they picked it early in the draft, but O2 were like this. We have the counter draft, we have the counter play, and the execution from O2 Esports has been next level.
And they've got the Tyrant once again on the side of O2 Team Secret. Oh, this is most definitely going to be a struggle. And look at this, man. White once again, overextension. Crimson Golem does not belong to you. All Gushing, it says, sneaking it away once again as O2 X1 show up. That inner tower taken down already. They're now going in for the high ground tower on the Clash lane. 3 defenders standing by. The minions have arrived, and it looks like these boys are having a little bit of a change of mind, dropping by mid instead.
Yeah, I mean, no minions. At the end of the day, Team Secret have decent wave clear, so they'll just slow this game down, and they need to. They need to buy themselves some time so they can get back in. But again, O2 Esports looking to at least siege the top 2-3 here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And now it looks like the high ground tower will say bye-bye to the side of Team Secret, and the super minions are about to unleash a little bit of destruction as Gushing will be able to find a trade down at the bottom. All alone this way, getting the job done as X1 goes in for the reset to meet him. Gushing says, my job is done, backs away. Smart play coming through from him.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, they need to buy some time, and what better way to at least push that bottom T2 down? You're taking something, because if not, he would have been stuck at the top T3. It probably would have gone down eventually. So at least you're getting something out of it. I know it seems like, hey, why is he all by himself? Why is he not even fighting with the team? Because he needs to create, he needs to split push, right? This O2 lineup is a death ball. The way you deal with this is through split pushing and through those outside lanes.
Oh man, I mean, one more Tyrant this time. It's not gonna be a easy one, as it's the Shadow variant. There's two regular Tyrants and now the Shadow one in pocket as well for the side of O2 Esports. And Team Secret has not taken one big objective on the board as of now. Let's see exactly what they can do together as they push up the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, O2 has just completely controlled the map, pushed Team Secret so far back, they can't even contest. And for them, it's been a struggle. I mean, yeah, the net worth lead is about 5K. It was definitely a little bit higher just earlier. But again, Team Secret, they don't want to be taking this fight, especially with a Tyrant buff that's been picked up by O2 Esports. They need to play it safe. They need to just wave clear those minions.
Yeah, very smart play by Team Secret here. They just waited to catch them. Oh man, beautiful knockup coming on through, but nobody taking advantage of that trend. Diving on behind enemy lines. Can almost caught out, but will flash away to save his life. Gushing will be able to secure a beautiful knock, and X1 hits the double. And here comes the one and only O2 as X1 tries to turn the situation around. 3 apiece for both sides.
Yeah, okay, so Juan's Tremble Mortals, the arena was great on that one. He went secondary after he got that catch in with the board from Shisan, but the top lane pushing in.
Oh, beautiful. As no hops on in there. And Gushing will secure one. And Kongling says, nope, not this time, buddy. As he tries to back away, one more kill will ace out the full squad. And this is what Team Secret was waiting for. One slip up, wipe them out. And we want to take some big objectives now on the board.
Yeah, so Gushing needs to prioritize the X1. And, going in.
Yeah, beautiful. As they try to open up on the Overlord. The boys on the side of O2 have already respawned, hopping on back in there. And White seals away the Overlord. As Sun drops K1. White shut down as well. They took the big objective, but it is Team Secret with the kills.
I mean, look, the 2 kills, trading for the Vanguard at the end of the day, I think the Vanguard is going to be a bit of a struggle. It's going to buy O2 time for those respawn timers, so O2 really don't have anything to worry about. But look at the net worth lead. It is slowly shifting in favor of Team Secrets. They've been some a small team fights that they've been winning. And I mean, they're not huge, but getting those 2 was absolutely massive for Team Secret. They need a couple more of these wins to completely shift, but you got to worry about Kong Lin where he's at, because he's not really dying.
Well, Kongling, beautiful as he gets stunned halfway. Swan going in there for the finish here, and what a jump once again by that Ray Gushing is a monster as he tries to back away. Swan this time traded out on the side of Team Secret. Now the Vanguard have joined the battle as well, and Team Secret has to figure out a defensive structure.
Oh, it looks like they're getting more.
Continues to push on forth, and White gets wiped as well. This is the supremacy and the extreme level of intelligence on the side of Team Secret. It looked like they were just losing out on the map, but just waiting for those opportune moments, Holla.
Yeah, I mean, just getting that pick off. A Chuan for Kong Lin, at the end of the day, that is a great trade, especially since that was Kong Lin's first death of this game. They need to worry about the lanes low. The top lane, the Vanguard is there, so Team Secret, while they're getting fighting here, there's a little bit of a bait in that sense that Crystal is exposed.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the Crystal's wide open. They have to be careful. And the push coming on once again, this time by those minions on that clash lane. Lubu's going to try to sort that out alongside Faye. And in the meantime, the Crimson Golem is going to be stolen away from the camp of Team Secret. Kongling once again just trying to bleed them out as Team Secret tries to find their footing on this gorge.
Yeah, okay. Team Secret's priority is to take down X1. They kill him, they got themselves a chance. But if they let X1 just reign supreme on the backline and blow them up, Team Secret are very squishy, so they need to be super careful. But it looks like they're potentially, no, they're not actually going to go for this. On the other end, if we're looking at Gushing, if he goes down, Team Secret really can't be taking any fights.
Yeah, very smart reset pulled here on the Tyrant as Team Secret tries to just pull a little bit of a distraction, but it seems like they don't go for it 2 times in a row. And now the Shadow Tyrant is shut down by O2 once again. They use that opportunity to take down the inner tower on that bot lane as well. Team Secret once again losing so much of these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, the Shadow Tyrant at this stage, not the game breaker that you would think. Team Secret, again, it's about wave clear, dealing with those minions so that the tower can deal with the heroes at this stage.
And now, just protecting the high ground tower on the bot lane with their lives. Oh, launched into the Ash one, overextending, and the Ogwen will not forgive a mistake like that. And that forces Team Secret to drop away and give up their high ground tower on the bot lane. And it looks like all towers are down, crystal wide open. Team Secret now have to defend with their lives.
Yeah, I mean, Xuan going in. Oh, they're continuing on, pushing.
Yeah, Gushing hopping on in there, but he'll get stunned by K1. K1 just way too tanky, and Gushing needs to get out of here. No flash to use as well, and he gets consumed, and the crystal obliterated. O2 taking a strong game one up against Team Secret.
Yeah, a strong game one. I mean, that was pretty much their game to lose. O2 Esports understanding how they need to close out the game. But look, at the very end, that was kind of a 50-50 in the way of if they were able to protect that bottom T3 and Xuan didn't overextend with that arena outside of the base. You know what I mean? That was in my opinion, game losing. I mean, there were many mistakes, but that was definitely the tipping point for them to just kind of O2 for them to steamroll in this game.
I am very, very impressed with O2 because, you know, you just need to look at history, right? First, Nova Esports beats them down, and then they make that phenomenal comeback, beating Nova Esports 2-0. They got beaten by Team Secret 2-0. Maybe we see a similarity here in terms of a phenomenal comeback from them on the second half of this double round robin. Could O2 have been hiding away all of the supremacy early in the league to make sure they are not prime target by all of these other squads? We'll just have to wait and see, man. O2 Esports, that was such a different squad up against Team Secret on that game one.
This team has been on the rise. I mean, losing to DTE, I think, was the biggest surprise going in. They should have closed that one out. But again, Team Secret here, they just look like they're outclassing. I mean, look at Kong Lin, 3-1-6, X1, absolute damage dealer, monster, 6-1-4. Those are perfect. As a core, those are the kind of stats you're looking for. Because again, it makes it very difficult for Team Secret to kind of get any wealth based on kills. Like, he can't get onto X1, he can't get onto Kong Lin. I mean, that one single time each, and it's a tough situation for Team Secret to trying to get back in this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it was a phenomenal matchup. Yet Ogren did not go crazy, but the Arley, man, 6 kills in total. X1 was phenomenal in that matchup. Team Secret was not looking for those kills, and it's not like they were doing well at the start as well, right? I don't know what's up with the Lubu pick, but you tell me how you felt about that one, Ola.
I just felt, I mean, the hero has play, and Xuan has proven that it does work, but you have to have like the perfect secondary initiation. I don't like it how, I mean, the one time they had a nice board that really set it up for that nice, Trumbo Mortals, but this is a situation where it seems like he's, like, if he was another hero, if he was the Byron, if he was the Mayin, he could have probably done a little bit more impact. You can't play the hero the same way with every single Clash laner. Everyone is slightly different in that way, and Xuan, in my opinion, just a little too overeager.
Yeah, unfortunate that was the case here. I was actually hoping to see some sort of magic out of the Lubu. We didn't really see all that too much. Even in the team fights, the Lubu was just a little bit too distracted, too far away from the rest of his team members. So maybe Xuan will show us a little bit of a different strategy in this next game. And looking at the graph on the other hand, there was a point of time where Team Secret kind of looked like they were about to pull things back to their side. But O2 Esports just made sure they secured the big objectives once again. It was the Tyrant. They also managed to get the Overlord for themselves to guarantee this victory, Ola.
Yeah, if you're looking at the gold graph, like the highest point is when Xuan had a great Tremble Mortals and they won the team fight. And then the very bottom, where it dips again in favor of O2, that is when Xuan messes up with the Tremble Mortals, and then this is why they lose the game. So it's very funny how a single hero can have so much impact. The timing has got to be key. Team Secret, it didn't seem like they were able to hit that right moment, and they paid with their lives, unfortunately, in this first game.
Yeah, it was still impressive, though, how Team Secret kind of just held the back lines, just waited for O2 to make one mistake, and what they were doing was just camping right behind their high ground tower on that mid lane. And when the counter attack was set, they had pretty much wiped the players on the side of O2 Esports, getting a 4v3 kills overall. But of course, this guy and his impact was undeniable. 37% of the damage dished out by O2 was personally from his hands, and he did not absorb all that too much damage at all. Only 10% taken, Holla.
I mean, if you're looking at the lineup of Team Secret, everybody's just so squishy. And the fact that Kare was throwing out those flowing sides, he was doing like the Ocean of Tears with the control. It made it very difficult for Team Secret to want to take any fight because they were pushed back or they were very low, right?
Yeah.
So this is, of course, why Kare had such an impact in that game, pushing them back, tenderizing the enemy team so that really they couldn't take any sort of team fight that they wanted.
Yeah, man. I mean, let's take a look at the game highlights here as well to see some of these great moments in this matchup where O2 just outshined Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, look, Xuan giving up first blood, that was a huge issue. He dies a secondary time here to Kong Lin. And again, you don't want to let Kong Lin go in, right? If he gets, especially on the Ogren, he becomes very scary. He's able to just run you down at this point. And O2 Esports, again, when you have an Ogren that's starting to farm really well, it makes it so tough for you to come back, especially when you're on a hero like Pei. O2 had such a good counter draft, and they were so prepared for the Pei here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, at the end of the day, it was Gushing making a couple of mistakes on the side of Team Secret, but it was not a game-breaking mistake on that side. But in the overall grand scheme of things, regardless of what Team Secret did to hang on, O2 was always a couple of steps ahead. That was just really impressive to watch from start to end, from draft all the way up to the point where they just smashed that crystal, right? Great stuff from O2. Now, bigger question is, can they make it a 2-0?
I mean, we're going to have to find out. I think going back to the drawing board, I think Team Secret needed to do a better job, especially in the first phase of the draft. Showing the Pei, especially early, you're just inviting other teams to counterpick you, counter-draft you, and they're going to be super smart. They're going to be prepared, right? They've seen that, they know that the hero's potentially there. Yes, they were like, okay, Gushing is so good on, the Pei, they're not going to have a problem. But when other teams are really honing in on his weaknesses and really taking the fight to you, you're going to have a tough time like they did in that one.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all right now. This is a best of 3. There is still an opportunity for Team Secret here to kind of push this the distance, bring us into game number 3 by wiping the floor with O2 in this game 2. But the question is, of course, can they get it done? Because I don't know if this was just O2 kind of hiding away their strats in the first half of this double round robin, or it was just Team Secret being cheeky on this first game. What do you think, Ola?
I think O2 are better than the 6th place that they are in now. Right? They had no business losing that game against DTE. They've proven, they lost to Team Secret already, but this is a team that's really on the rise. It's been impressing me. I mean, with the fact that this team has really leveled up, they've gotten so much better. It's just some minor gaps, and even we saw this in game 1 where they allowed Team Secret to kind of claw their way back in because they're still making some of those mistakes, which is a little unfortunate for them, but this is a team that I think has top 4 potential.
Well, let's take a look and see exactly who are the ones getting banned out this time. Team Secret will come in here with the first ban of game number 2. And after they faced a unfortunate loss up against O2 Esports, they desperately need to win this or it is game over on the series. They will drop a spot and they'll have to face off against the team in the 3rd spot. They don't make it. But of course, we're going to be remaking the lobby, so I'll take a little bit more time on that.
I mean, if we're looking at this game, I mean, both of them, Team Secret is 5th place right now. O2 is 6th place, right? What that means is that potentially in the play-ins, because look, BSE and Nova locked in for 1st and 2nd already, right? AGG will probably be 3rd place. They seem to be kind of, the next tier down, the top dog in that area, right?
Yeah.
So basically, if you want to avoid AG, which is a very strong team in that first round of the play-ins, you want to be in 5th place. I think 4th, 5th place is where you want to be, especially if you're going to make the playoffs. That's ideal. So there's a lot of pressure and making sure that you can get into that 5th spot. And this is why this game is huge.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. You most definitely do not want to be in the 6th spot. You do not want to meet All Gamers Global. You don't want to get kicked out of the playoffs literally on your very first try at the play-ins. And obviously, once you make it through the play-ins, it's not like the journey is going to get any easier from then on. But, every single step that you take further means a little bit bigger opportunity in terms of walking away with a decent prize pool. And like we just saw O2, we saw that phenomenal performance. And I think by the end of this, but we know exactly how this one's going to go, right? Depending on the drafts shortly, we should be able to tell if or not O2 is still as serious and whether or not Team Secret will be dropping this game. I wonder if they can turn things around, because there were moments in the game, Holler, where I actually thought they were going to be turning things around. I was curious as to how they were going to do it. And you kept mentioning, right, the game's not lost just yet. They're just playing this defensively. They're waiting for their moment. And that was true enough. They did have their moment. Unfortunately, the timers kind of ran out. If maybe 2 or 3 seconds extra they had, the Overlord would have been in their hands. Maybe a little bit of a difference in terms of that objective on the side of Team Secret. But that obviously didn't go their way.
Yeah, didn't really go there. I mean, look, the lineup from Team Secret was an early game lineup, especially when you're showing a pay, and they actually clawed their way back so that they had a chance in the late game, but it really came down to just execution. Xuan going into that Tremble Mortals, unfortunately, I hate to harp in on one player here, but that mistake was just devastating for that team. There was no coming back, especially there's no way to fight 5 versus 4, right? The power play is just too great from O2, and they're able to close out that series. He sticks around just a little bit longer, just threatens the Tremble Mortals, and then now O2 have to have a little bit, a tougher stance on that siege on that bottom T3, and it's a much tougher road for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are looking to see if or not. So, like you've mentioned already, the playoffs bracket has already been set up in terms of who takes that number 1 and the 2nd spot. Black Shrew, Esports, and Nova, they've pretty much guaranteed themselves a decent spotting, right? I believe they will go directly to the upper bracket semifinals. Toda and Seoul Esports, there's no way they make it back into the competition because they've lost way too many series thus far already. And it is all up to All Gamers Global, DTE, Team Secret, as well as O2 to determine how the playoffs brackets are going to be looking. And this time, it's going to be the Arlie and Diadia and Pei taken off of the board very early on.
Yeah, Team Secret okay, we did so terribly with the pay. We're going to just ban it out so O2 don't have to do it. They're going to help them out. No. I mean, jokes aside, definitely not going to be the case. But again, look at Team Secret. Again, we're just going to let Gushing get his hero to start. They're going to start off with a Luna. O2 Esports can again counter this pick off, especially early.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you gotta love that Luna. She most definitely has got that damage as well as the range there. You also bring in the Lady Sun on the side of Team Secret, and the tankiness that Zhang Fei provides on the battlefield. This looks like it's a decent enough balance between offense and defense. On the side of O2 Esports, you've got Dharma, and this is exactly where we are gonna see if or not they're gonna be walking away with massive kills early on, right? Because they've got that combo in here with the Lung as well as Yixing.
Yeah, a lot of control. I mean, this is going to be not the easiest for O2 Esports to deal with this potential Gushing Luna. If he's able to kind of dash onto you, get onto the back line, you might have a tough time. So the initiations are going to be key for O2. Getting that vision, understanding where Gushing is at all moments is going to be key for them to take any sort of team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, taking a look at more of these characters that have been dragged on in here as well, we've also got that Lung on the side of O2 Esports that can get the damage done. We've seen the raging Lungs in the competition already thus far, and not many of them have been able to pull that perfect counter, especially when O2 Esports is the one bringing in that Lung, right? We can also see the Byron band coming out through here as well on the side of O2 Esports.
Yeah, O2 Esports, they need some sort of crowd control, some way to deal with Gushing's Luna. They need to be able to lock him down in some fashion, because if he gets to your backline, you have your board set up, potentially the truth, but it's a lot of what ifs, right? Yeah. And he's just so fast that you might miss. You need something that's very reliable, because once he's like CC'd once, then you can kind of combo on him, makes it easier. You have the damage to kind of burst it. Looks like they're going to go with the Lian Po. The Tremor Smash is a good one, but again, you might potentially miss, and it might not be the easiest way to kind of lock this guy down.
Yeah, I mean, team fights are going to be absolutely devastating to beat O2 Esports. You've got the Truth Mantra, you've got the Tremor Smash, but it's all about the timing. And I think based on what O2 has shown us thus far, they should be able to execute some of these team fights very, very neatly. Team Secret, they do have that Zhang Fei in here for the defense, but maybe they just want to bring in a little bit more tankiness on their side as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, O2 Esports, their lineup is like all about this like death ball. They want to be grouped up. Team Secret, definitely fighting in that regard. They can kind of go with that as well, but not as squishy. I mean, the Yixing and the Loong, definitely you got some prime targets that could be potentially there. But Team Secret, the Guan Yu and the Lady Zheng to kind of run out that draft.
Okay, so the Guan Yu is exactly what we're talking about. You've got a little bit of tankiness there just to absorb some of the hits here, but it looks like these are all going to be death hits coming through from the side of O2 Esports. You've got that Lian Po in there who can most definitely whoop you up, and now you've got Musashi as well with the agility and the mobility around the gorge. This is going to be difficult to deal with for the side of Team Secret if it wasn't already difficult in the previous match.
Yeah, so Kong Lin is going to be going 100% duel of death onto Guxing's Luna. He's going to try to draw that one-on-one assassination, just kind of get that kill and move on. So the rest of Team Secret need to ensure that they protect Guxing as much as possible, right? Yes, you have Sun on the Lady Soon. He's going to do a lot of supplementary damage, but this team draft is ride or die on this Guxing.
And a very early aggressive opener down mid in a 3v3 just to clear out those minions first. As White shows up, you've got Nono and Sun on the combo here as well. And it looks like nobody's going to be caught making a mistake all that too early just yet, as Sun does manage to deal some significant amount of damage.
Yeah, it's still going to be very early. And I think the big matchup to watch on this one, obviously the jungle, the Luna versus the Musashi Kong Lin, that's going to be the key one. But once those fights are happening, the secondary thing to really watch is the Zhang Fei Nuo Nuo and White on the Lian Po. Who gets that counter initiation? Who sets their team up so that they have all this control, and for the rest of the team to kind of come in and clean house?
And now Team Secret's going in here with the overextension, sneaking away the Spike Tail. Of course, not too big of a objective to be stealing away from the enemy camp, but that's a starter. As Nono gets teased earlier by Care, it seems like he has got no care in the world at all, but joined with the jump on in as well. And yes, once again, love taps, early ones back and forth between the two.
Actually, that's going to be one of the big things about Care. Right? The fact that, like you're talking about, why does he care and all that, and does he care, does he not, or whatever, but he's being fearless at the end of the day. That's the most important thing. So you need to care to a certain extent of when those team fights are happening and when you're able to set things up. But at the same time, if you were to kind of get focused in, and sometimes as the mid laner, you get focused a lot, you got to just, like, shake it all off.
They're trying to catch Nono, but this man is just a walking tank at this point of time. The 3v1 would have been able to get the job done, but of course Sun, as expected, is not too far away from him, would have been able to hop on in there and make a little bit of a difference. X1, the catch onto him is not going to be that easy. You do see a little bit of a lurk here from the side of Care, waiting to gank. And the timing's going to be perfect. No, beautiful launch! And he gets a double hit in to take care of him. Care with the first blood. Beautifully done by O2 Esports.
Oh, it was super smart because they knew Nuono had a smite. He was going to go for that Firehawk. He was going to take it away with his smite. And Nuono just thought he was being cheeky. And Care, again, just waiting just outside of vision, understanding that, hey, once he goes in, he's going to be out of position. We're able to secure this kill, and a very smart rotation by O2 there.
Yeah, brilliantly done. And that was a successful gang. But the question is, we see more brilliance out of them. Shisan just hanging by as well, just to see if or not a little bit more chaos will break forth here. And now, under 1 minute, we get two big objectives on the Gorge. Let's see exactly who goes for which, Tyrant and Overlord, in under 50 seconds.
Yeah, and look at the Guxing right now, 2.3 versus 2.5 of Kong Lin. Yes, it's just minor, right? And Guxing is just like this wave behind, and he'll just catch up on this one. But going into this one, you talked about the 4-minute mark, key, absolutely key. But is he able to get a pick off and then turn that into a potential Tyrant? That's the big fight to watch here.
Absolutely. Now, beautifully done once again by Care, showing up at the very final second. And the stun onto White. Nobody takes advantage of that. No, stepping on out. But he does have the tankiness to absorb some hits potentially here first. And Care just waltzing away from that. Both sides trying to set up a fight for Tyrant.
Yeah, and look, it's a 3-on-3 in the bottom lane because you're letting your junglers get out that mid wave, right? So you're sacrificing farm from the mid laners so that your junglers can kind of get accelerated, which is going to be key in this game. It's going to be huge, especially since this 4-minute mark. It looks like Team Secret are looking to start the Tyrant here.
Absolutely, Gushing going on in. Easy one for him as he smites it down. Tyrant on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, Team Secret playing it smart, being aggressive, pushing them back, using that map control to O2 can't even get close, and then now you have no 50-50.
Look at No, man. See! Swan from nowhere! Pushes him right back in, and Cat could not get away in time. This man will pay for it with his life, but the sacrifice was well worth it. They also take the outer tower on the bot lane. What a play by Team Secret.
The fact that Xuan was all the way from the top lane into the bottom, and he snuck behind all the enemy lines of O2, and they had no idea he was there, just to set themselves up for that kill for Sun to get that pick off. Absolutely huge for them. Really smart play by Xuan, but I don't know how he got past security at the end of the day.
Amen, bro. I mean, that was just absolutely devastating. Fun to watch for sure, though. 2-1 on the kills. O2 Esports with the lead, but I don't think those numbers mean much at this point of time. Look at the goal deficit, just 400. Make that 300 now as Team Secret slowly catches up.
Yeah, this is an opportunity. I mean, look, the net worth is neck and neck. There's no difference at this point. I mean, the next big team fight is going to be huge. I mean, yeah, Team Secret did get that Tyrant, which will help. But K1 going in?
Yeah, K1 just dropping on in. And the truth mantra is not going to be as effective. Just a little bit of a mishit, but White hopping back in to see if or not he can find any stragglers. Nobody available. Gushing, on the other hand, making an opener for the Overlord, but that's a fake as they try to bait in the players of O2.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gushing taking the Crimson Golem, that's going to be huge for them. Xuan getting gone on.
Yep, Xuan definitely toast there as Kong Ling finds him a little bit off angle here, out of position, and he will be punished for it. And just like that, O2 Esports now 3-1 on the kills. But Team Secret's not fallen back too far just yet. This is still a neck-and-neck fight.
Yeah, it's very close. Oh, is looking to go in? I mean, they're doing the church smash.
Absolutely. White now stuck behind enemy lines, but here comes backup from X1 as well. Kong Ling dropping by, and White just waltzing out of there like nothing ever happened. No, now making a mistake, but he launches them into the air, and White gets slayed. Gushing hopping on in there. Kong Ling finds Sun as well. All-out team battle, both sides, heavy losses, a 2-for-2, and they call a truce.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they've actually called a truce. I think it's more of like a handshake more than anything else. They're going to continue warring, let's be honest. But a great fight, both sides. Kong Ling going down is actually the big one because, again, this game is all about the junglers. And Gushing with the perfect time to get in, that pull back onto 2, ensuring that they got White after they'd committed their ult. That was chef's kiss by Gushing. His timing has been impeccable that game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, it was just phenomenal, but Kong Ling did manage to do quite a bit of damage thus far. That's his first death in the game after bringing 3 kills for the side of O2 Esports, so a job well done for the man. At least he managed to take away a life before sacrificing himself. But now in 50 seconds, we get the Tyrant on the map. The Overlord is still static there. Obviously, both sides want those Vanguards for a good tower push, but let's see exactly which one they prioritize.
Yeah. I mean, Kong Ling right now, his priority is just to find Gushing and Sun. Those are the 2 guys that must die before you really kind of get anything going.
And it's really low, Kong Ling! And Gushing will pay instead. Kong Ling, my goodness me. He did manage to use his smite as well, helped him out in the nick of time, and Xuan does not want to deal with them, but he gets stopped halfway through as White shows up from absolutely nowhere, and Kong Ling again, 5th kill of the game, ain't that one, the Crimson Golem on the way out as well.
Look, Kong Ling has the most MVPs in MKL with 6 for a reason. The fact that he's able to get that one-on-one, survive for reinforcements to get there at the perfect time. Xuan was on the revenge tour, and Kong Ling made him pay because he called his Avenger buddies, and they were all there to ensure that they got that kill. Kong Ling, again, this Musashi, so scary. 5-1-1, and that's, you know, going into this one, super scary.
Yep, absolutely. Now Kong Ling just hopping on in there, and Sun stood no chance. Dharma didn't even need to bring out the truth, and he was just absolutely snuffed. And yet again, another kill coming on through. Team Secret being toasted out there, and they do manage to catch on to White and Cav with a sliver of health, and Schwan thought he could take the jump on him, but will be turned on instead. A triple kill coming on through for the side of O2 Esports as they make headway for the high ground tower down at the bot lane as well. The minions are there. This tower is not going to hold on for much longer. No defense for the side of Team Secret could keep it standing.
I mean, O2 fighting without Kong Lin in that one, but just understanding how to take the team fight on. They were able to kite Schwan around. He didn't really have a target. He got stuck 1 versus 4 in that case. Really had no chance because he couldn't pull anyone back. Again, just the pull and the way O2 Esports are taking these team fights really next level, and there's a reason why this is a team on the rise. They are very scary.
They most definitely are. 10-3 on the kills. And now they're definitely putting a distance between themselves and Team Secret when it comes to the goal. 15 more seconds, and we get to see another variant of the Tyrant and Overlord, the enhanced versions. Let's see exactly who goes in for the big cakes this time around. Crimson Golem, Steel once again coming on through. O2 setting it up. Nowhere close to do anything about it, and Kongling takes it if he wasn't already crazy enough.
I mean, look, this O2 have been perfect this game. I mean, yes, they've like given up 3 deaths or whatever, or 3 kills to Team Secret, but like the way that they've been positioning, the way they take those fights has just been like far superior in this one. Team Secret, again, on the defensive, very reactive, just trying to find some sort of opening, but O2 Esports taking on the perfect fights. All of them have been initiated by them, and when they go in, they're very decisive, and they ensure that they get those conversions.
Absolutely, man. And now, with the Shadow Tyrant buff on the outside as well, going for the high ground tower on the top lane. Just leaving Team Secret exposed is the plan here. Another couple of more shots because the minion wave is up front as well. White almost getting out Gushing there, but the damage has already been done as K1 now hops on forth. It is the second high ground tower. Make that the third high ground tower, demolished by O2 Esports. On the way out, they say hello to the Azure Golem as well as they set up the Overlord for themselves.
6K net worth lead in favor of O2 Esports. Konglin with a 3K net worth lead over Gushing just from that jungle lane. Gushing has not been able to find his footing. And again, if you're talking about the draft, they picked this Luna first, right?
Oh, yeah.
O2 Esports had the counter draft, and the execution has been flawless.
Deadpool with the overextension, just making sure nobody is there. It's gonna find Juan. They're just going to be able to tickle each other at this point of time. Damage is not going to be there, but Kongling dangerously close, and Xuan, too smart, walks away from that battle, not overexerting himself. Not a single high ground tower available, and the minion waves have already been escorted forth. Here comes the battle that could potentially be the final one. The stun onto Nono. Care hopping on in as well. X1, what a pushback! And he will be able to shut down Shisan. This Dharma absolutely notorious. Nono with a sliver of health left on in here. White won't be able to protect his buddy Care, but he will not stand for long as Swan drops him. K1 trades out Nono, but O2 will back away, for they have got no more health to deal with Team Secret. What a fantastic defense.
Yeah, what a hold right there by Team Secret. I mean, it was 2 for 2. Team Secret to be happy because they just didn't lose the game. That was at the biggest one for them. And now looks like, oh my gosh, Gushing looking to go aggressive. Might even go for the Overlord.
Oh my goodness me, Kongling is going to be able to take this one away. Beautiful smite, and now Shadow Overlord in hand. This is going to be a tad bit annoying because now you also have to deal with the Shadow Vanguards. If dealing with O2 Esports was not good enough already, and only 2 towers taken out of the hands of O2 Esports. So Team Secret has got quite a lot to do here.
And you see how the game is evolving in Honor of Kings. The fact that they, O2 Esports had backed off and they were about like 50% life or whatever, and they're like, okay, we can just take a free Overlord. But with the added launch pads from your own base, Team Secret are like, actually, they're going for the Overlord. We know. And Gushing just instantly went, and he was right there to potentially contest. And just how they were able to just barely get away with it. Super close attempted by Team Secret, but O2 Esports just too strong in the
the launchpad edition was just absolutely nasty, man, because now you get to get annihilated and hop right back into the action once your time is over. But now yet another big bash coming on through. This could just be that final push that O2 is looking for, but the connection onto X1 will make sure O2 does not get too excited just yet. No, taking advantage of the fact that he is a walking tank, absorbing a majority of that damage. And on the top, you can see Xuan actually chasing the Dharma around, trying to catch him. but K1's going to be too slippery for him. No, once again, back into the fight. What a launch up into the air, but there's no follow-up just yet from the side of Team O2, and they back away.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret doing a good job of holding, but look, O2 Esports have kind of, the noose is around their necks, right? They're starting to tighten it. They're putting a little bit of pressure. They had full control of all the different lanes. They put a lot of pressure on Team Secret, but man, they were strong enough to hold, but they lose the Tyrant here.
Yeah, Shadow Tyrant now as well in the hands of O2 Esports. K1. Does he get it? Yes, he does.
No.
Oh, no, he doesn't. Gushing actually takes that one. Unfortunate, man. I mean, it's just Team Secret who can just contest for some of these small little objectives on the map now, because the moment they step away from their crystal, they know they're going to get obliterated.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gushing needs to do whatever he can. The fact that he's, really struggling at this point, he's down 2K just to Kong Lin. He needs to figure out ways to get that farm, that blue buff. I mean, yes, it's very late in the game. It's not going to be great for farming, but just taking it away from O2 is going to be key. Yeah. They need to be aggressive, find ways to, again, slow the game down, but without any T3s, this is a tough ask.
Absolutely, and O2 again. On for the push now. Assisting those minions up. They want a little bit of backup. K1 hopping on in. And it looks like the Truth Mantra will be hitting where it hurts. They do manage to get the first kill onto Swan. And it looks like the follow-up onto White could just happen here. No, going on in. And it is the Crystal Bash instead that O2 was looking for. They do manage to get a few hits in Holler, but not the perfect fight just yet for them.
Look, I mean, Chuan is down for 25 seconds, and O2 not able to close this game out because K1's a little on the low side. They're waiting for the next minion wave.
I mean, well, K1 just got knocked down, but stands right back up. He got resurrected. But the Crystal will not be able to have another life in here as O2 takes a slam dunk victory, 2-0. Beautifully done by the squad.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about earlier about the fact that they got O2'd against Team Secrets, and now I gotta say it, but payback is a bitch, right? O2 Esports able to bounce back, and they did it full control. I think Team Secret are gonna watch this game and they're like, wow, we were outclassed at times. We had really tough, no ways to get back in. O2 Esports just open and shut case in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just phenomenal control from the very start. The team fights were crazy good on the side of O2. Objective after objective, they never failed a single time. The smites were just absolutely on point. Kong Ling was just a super monster out there, right, in the jungle. The guy was just very irritating to deal with, even in these team fights. He was just prowling all around, just whacking away kill after kill. Crazy stuff out of this Mr. Musashi.
Yeah, I mean, he was just on point.
Oh, yeah.
His farm and the times that he went in, look at Shisan, right? He has, less farm than his Roamer did, right? With 6.9 to 7.1. He really struggled, but he was constantly being targeted, right? X1 and Kong Lin, every time they found Shisan, they were just, forcing him to play super far back. He was not able to get any farm. And again, funneling all of that into Gushing. And once Gushing got caught out a couple times, it was pretty much all she wrote at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a phenomenal play from them, especially White. You always saw him in some of these big team fights. In fact, he was involved in a majority of them because the man just refused to die, only falling a single time in the game. But we gotta respect Dharma, bro. Many a times we saw him just hanging on by a thread, and not a single time was he killed in all of those battles.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely up front, but he didn't do as much damage as, say, the Kong Lin or Care or X1, but which is fine. He was all about the control. There were a couple times where he got some good flash truths off, connecting onto multiple heroes. But again, it wasn't a huge, great game for K1 because just everyone else stepped up from O2.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, right? And taking a look at the side of Team Secret, on the other hand, Nono and Gushing just absolutely sustaining as much damage as possible for their side. But Gushing was just not able to keep up with Kong Ling. When it came to some of those jungle battles for the Tyrant and the Overlord, it was just an absolute no contest. In fact, Kong Ling was not pressured at all when he went in for the Tyrant or Overlord, but he never took his chances, right? He always got it completed quickly.
Yeah. I mean, Konglin, the times that he went in, just being able to be like, okay, actually, I have the lead. I should be able to one-on-one Gushing. He got that pick off. He was just understanding like what, the risks were every single time he went in. Because as Musashi, it's almost like a one-way ticket to hell. If it's a bad, jump in, you're going to struggle.
Yeah.
And Konglin understanding the limits of this hero and understanding when to go in. And this is why he will probably be MVP, at least in my eyes. But we're going to have to see. This is the gold grab first. O2 Esports, it seemed like it was almost all them the entire game.
Yeah, man. I mean, O2, they managed to make this a 2-0 in the most phenomenal fashion. Look at this goal graph, not on the side of Team Secret at all, but they did hang on for quite a little while, right? But not a single one of those big objectives when they went in there for the contest against O2, they were able to see, except that very first Tyrant. So good on them for being able to get that. But we didn't really see a lot of conversion out of the Tyrant as well.
Yeah. I mean, they were kind of just forced back. I mean, Team Secret really weren't able to kind of just, like, they had a decent wave clear, and this is why they were kind of able to extend the game for as long as they did. But in the end, just O2 Esports, just the lead was too tough. Musashi, Konglin, he was an absolute beast. So just a really tough situation, but the MVP has got to be, of course, Konglin. 5-1 for 28% of the damage, and he took 20% as well.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he was just getting the pickoffs and just getting out. He was actually in the fight throughout.
I'm actually quite inspired to use the Musashi when I go out. I don't know if I can play like this guy. Obviously, I can't, right? Crazy stuff out of Konglin. I mean, amazing maneuvering, knew exactly how far he could push this Musashi. Sometimes when I have played Musashi in the past, I was very squishy on the map. I don't know how he was an absolute untouchable monster.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, all of the pros right now, the way that they farm and the fact that all their, roles will sacrifice their farm for Konglin to really get going. And once he's got all those items, it makes it much easier. But this is pretty much the highlights, right? Where O2 Esports kind of got the ball rolling. Juan with a nice little pick off in the backside. It's really setting up for Sun. But in the end, Team Secret, like Juan, he died like 5 or so times. He was trying to force things too many times.
Yeah, absolutely. And, unfortunately for the rest of the squad, you have Konglin on the opposite side of the map, who's just an absolute beast. Even in this moment, right, look at how low Konglin was, and he really did not care. He knew exactly how far he could push himself to make sure he could still sustain on the battlefield as well as rip away the lives of Team Secret, and he did that in phenomenal fashion. And White just knew his tankiness was going to be absolutely annoying. He was just bouncing all around the gorge looking for trouble, and when trouble found him, it could badly scratch him.
Yeah, no real answers, no real way to get back in from Team Secret. And again, this is kind of, we've seen this more recently, right? We haven't seen Team Secret kind of just step up to the challenge. It seems like they've been outclassed at times, and they've kind of struggled. And it's kind of sad to watch for someone who's been, seeing these guys since like Season 2 doing well, and getting to the point where it seems like, hey, they're getting outmanned at points.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the competition just yet. Like you mentioned at the start of the show, they've got one more week for the double round robins to take full completion. So O2 Esports may have now taken the 5th spot, pushing Team Secret down to 6th, but they still can maybe change their fates a little bit, because like you pointed out earlier, they should not want to meet AG Global very early in the competition. But looking at this version of O2 Esports, if they met AG, I think they'll walk away with the victory. This was so convincing out of O2.
Yeah, they look strong. And I mean, this is great momentum to finish out their week.
Yeah.
I mean, they really bounced back after that DTE gaming match where they kind of threw it in the end. It's got to be a little disheartening for that one, but to bounce back like they did in a convincing fashion, great game by O2 Esports, and that's going to really carry over into the week 6 of the final week of the regular season.
Yeah, but granted as well, right? Even if O2 does get pushed down to the 6th, they have met all Embers Global in the past in a best of 3, and they beat them down 2-0. So they might be able to handle it on their own. But of course, let's take a look and see exactly what Mr. Konglin has to say. We've got an interview with the MVP shortly, this Musashi badass who just went absolutely to town on Team Secret. Let's bring him on. Welcome, Konglin. Congratulations on your victory. How do you guys feel after beating your opponents, and how confident are you to meet AG Global if you, by any chance, end up finishing this first part of the competition in the 6th spot?
I feel excited and happy now About AG, I will do my best. I don't know.
Fair enough. Okay. Holler?
Yeah, great. Congratulations on your win today against Team Secret. Very convincing. But I just kind of want to talk about a little bit of the past with that series against DTE Gaming. What exactly happened in the end and your thoughts on that series throughout?
I'll take over from here. I'm John. There are 6 players. So to answer that question, yesterday we were quite, how to say, I think we were rushing too fast. We should have calmed down and strategized. Then we do a good push.
Oh, it was a great point. I mean, in the end, unfortunately, but you came out and you learned your lessons, and I think that you really bounced back. This is a great series. It's a lot of fun to watch, and congratulations against this series against Team Secret like that.
Now, you guys have already gone up against Black Shrew Esports twice. You haven't been able to get through them. So how confident are you when you head on into the playoffs later on, when you come across them once again? How's the team feeling about taking on Black Shrew Esports once again? Have you guys formulated a plan decent enough to beat them down, or are we still thinking about it?
We actually do have plans, but it's just when it comes down to facing them offline, it's quite tense. And I would say, so we kind of underperform. We do sometimes beat them in scrims, so I would say that I believe in them. They beat them before, so I do believe we can have a chance to beat them.
Okay. Well, a quick tip for you guys, since it's an offline play, bring as many fans as possible, because that makes a huge difference, doesn't it, Ola?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, one last question for me. Do you have any sort of tips for any aspiring pro to get into the MKL?
Keep healthy.
Keep healthy? Okay.
Like
anything about practice? Anything? Yeah.
Yeah, keep our body healthy. Yeah, just health first.
That's actually very good advice. Thank you so much, boys. You guys have been phenomenal. That was a fantastic matchup against Team Secret. Congratulations once again on your victory. Looking forward to more wins from you. Keep yourself healthy, he says.
Yeah.
That's good advice, Paula.
Yeah, I've been doing it wrong my entire time. This is why I'm not a pro. I've not been eating healthy. I think that's what it is. Oh my gosh.
No, I mean, he has a good point, right? I mean, when we are pro players, when we are commentators, all we do is just sit down the whole day with a mobile phone or a PC right in front of us. So yeah, maybe get a little bit fitter physically. I can most definitely say my waistline has been growing the past couple of years as I've been involved in esports. So man's got a point.
Yeah, but let's check out the standings. The latest shakeup, O2 Esports jumping into the 4th spot. They are now 6-6, just right behind AG Global, who are 7-3. Probably won't be able to catch up there. But the biggest thing is jumping ahead of DTE and, of course, Team Secret, because, again, you do not want to be playing AG Global in that plane.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, well, DTE has got a 1-up here up against O2 Esports because they are 1 series down. They will be completing their series right after this, though. DTE will be taken on Nova. Well, of course, that's going to be an uphill battle. Nova currently is sitting down on that 2nd spot with 9 series wins overall in the competition.
Yeah, I think it's going to be huge going into the next series, right? Nova Esports, they want to kind of catch whatever ground they can against Black Shrew Esports. Going to be key. But can they go into this one? DTE Gaming, are they able to, after that, a bit of an upset over O2 Esports, are they able to kind of, do the same thing against Nova Esports, that one of the titans in the MKL? That's going to be something, we're going to have to see coming up.
And thus far, Nova has only ever lost to 1 team in that 1 series, and that was up against O2 Esports. I don't know exactly what they were experimenting with on that matchup, but that was most definitely a surprise. So apart from that, Nova has been absolutely unscathed, right? So it's going to be an uphill battle for sure for the side of DTE. But if they do manage to pull off some phenomenal victory, it will most definitely be exciting, Holler.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, Nova Esports at this point, they're technically in 2nd place, and even jumping over Black Shrew Esports might not be the easiest thing for them. Yep. And for going into this series, it might be a time where you're kind of like, hey, maybe we try out some new strats, see what we can potentially have. I mean, they tried out an Athena strat. It wasn't great, but maybe they have some other potential strategies that they kind of want to throw up against, going up against DTE. Yeah. Now is the time to really experiment.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, We are going to be taking a quick short break. When we do come back, don't forget, it is going to be Nova taking on DTE in the second series of the day. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Victory!
Yeah! Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook! Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safe for you. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back?
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around! Why so serious?
This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book!
Hello, mate? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake!
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an opening here, this would never have happened!
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no way to resist. We'll get the secrets after.
Magic! Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world!
An excellent performance.
The forbidden?
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Hut. Hut. Tch. Hut. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter, sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Eyes are so complicated.
Hello and welcome back to the second series of the day. It's going to be Nova Esports going up against DTE Gaming, who are now in 5th position. My name is Holland. With me is AJ. How you doing today? And again, for this series, what do we need to look out for here?
Yeah, we need to look out for ways to beat Nova because they're just too good in the competition. And DTE has got exactly what it takes, right? They've managed to take good fights up against teams like O2, but when you kind of patch them up against teams like AG Global, Nova, Black Shrew Esports, this is where they kind of show a little bit of difference in terms of capabilities, but they're not too far off, right? Something as simple as making one small mistake on the board could perhaps lead to the destruction of Nova. DTE just needs to look out for those moments and get a catch on them. I'm waiting to see a moment like that, Holla.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, DTE Gaming is the type where, I mean, look, are they the top tier where they're able to take on the BSE, Nova Esports, AGG? I don't really know, right? For me to be completely honest, probably not. But I think every single game, super key, especially since our regular season ends next week. Every single game, as you saw, O2 Esports just, springboarded them and got over them, and now they're kind of looking down upon them. So DTE really want to bounce back. They probably want to be in that 4th, 5th position more than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the last time they took on Nova Esports, DTE got beaten down 2-0. It's not like it was a total smash on those games. They did manage to put up quite a number of kills. There was a little bit of back and forth, but it was just down to the nuances of who was attaining the big objectives on the board, right? We're talking about the Tyrants, the Overlords. Nova obviously managed to dominate quite a number of these big objectives. That's what DTE needs to focus on this time around. Maybe when it comes to the jungler, they want to make a little bit of a difference for themselves this time around. We did manage to see quite a lot of great action from them. The last time, I think they used that Mankey. They did fairly well. I believe it was Zunzun on that Mankey. They do need that tankiness up against a team like Nova Esports, Holla.
Yeah, but the thing is that if we're talking about execution, I mean, they're just so strong, Nova Esports. It's hard to find, but let's check out the team lineup and kind of get everybody on board in terms of who we're seeing today. Nova Esports will be Juan, CY, Wendy, Bucci, and of course, Waypit. The S3 champions. This is a team that's very strong, but they're going to be going up against DTE Gaming, who have kind of, really made some surprises in the MKL. And it's going to be BB, Zunzun, CM, Hao, and CC. This is a team that just managed to upset O2 Esports. They have a lot of potential, but are they able to take on a big dog like Nova Esports here?
Yeah, this is exactly where those big questions are going to be coming on through, right? Zunzun in the past, he has shown great prowess with that Arlie and Marco Polo, both characters used up against Nova Esports. But although he was able to deliver the kills, the rest of his team members weren't able to chug out those numbers quite as much. We are obviously going to be looking at CC later on as well. He has been phenomenal on his Agudo plays. His Dianwei up against Nova Esports was pretty convincing as well. But once again, it was just down to those micro objectives on the board, which really went the way on the side of Nova Esports that DTE could not control the last time, but at least now they've got a little bit of homework in as well.
Yeah, but let's check out the head-to-head between these two. Who are we going to be looking at? It will be, of course, none other than the Roam. Waypit, we know, is an absolute beast. His 8.7 assists have been quite high. The average damage taken, obviously the Roamers take a bunch, but he's only played 7 heroes. I'm thinking it's more on the lines of Nova Esports have been 2-0ing a lot. So Hao has been able to kind of flex some more of those Roam picks. He's got 9 to his name, but again, his kill participation, very key by Hao. This is definitely a matchup to watch in this game.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I mean, look at this, right? Average assists, Waypit still taking the cake here as opposed to the kill participation on the side of Hao, but we're not showing the number of kills overall. This is obviously going to be what puts Waypit and Hao at a little bit of a distance here. Waypit definitely has got more body count on his side. Average damage taken on the other hand, just a little bit of a advantage on the side of Waypit. Doesn't really make much of a difference here, right? Both players are really, really good at what they do, and they play a clean game of Honor of Kings.
I always like the stat of the average damage taken. It's like, how good of a punching bag are you, right? Because all they're doing is just like, you're just absorbing it, and the Roamer's obviously very tanky. They're able to kind of do that, and that's the whole, the Roam life. I'm a Roamer myself, so I get, I don't like getting punched in the face, but I happen to be punched in the face quite a lot in my games, so it's actually very key. But being able to survive is like the biggest thing as like a Roamer. It's like, yeah, you can take all those punches, but if you're able to survive, move on, has got to be key. But another factor of these two is that Waypit actually has 4 MVPs. How has only got 1? Obviously, Nova Esports has done a lot better in the MKL thus far, and probably that's off the back of Waypit. But it's going to be key going into this one. I think How has got the capabilities. He's definitely got the mechanical skills to play well here.
Yeah, absolutely. And How is a monster on the Lung, right? We've seen him run the Lung quite a number of times already. Very proficient with it. But that's also probably going to be one of the first few heroes that's banned out, because I don't think they want to allow How to kind of activate, because he on the Lung as a roamer is really not good news for any of the other teams who have faced on DTE thus far. And obviously Nova, with the capability to ban out these heroes early, is going to probably look at doing something like that as well, Holla.
Yeah, and you were kind of talking, let's kind of backtrack a little bit. You were talking about like, how does DTE kind of, make them a name for themselves going up against Nova Esports, who, to be honest, very next level, right? This is a team that's, when they move across the map, they roam, they gank, they do it, and they successfully convert those kills, right? The kills turn into towers, and then it just like snowballs from there. Their map control is very good, and there are very few weaknesses of this team, and this is why DTE Gaming, more than anything else, has got to have a good early start. Like, they need to be aggressive. You saw that in game 1 of our first match today with O2 Esports taking the fight to Team Secret. I think I want to see more of that style of play from DTE here.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, let's not forget, if you guys are only tuning in right now, we've got a blockbuster finisher in terms of series for the third one as well. Black True Esports takes on ENG Global. It's going to be a phenomenal one. I'm expecting a game number 3 on that one for sure. But whether or not this one goes the distance is a big question mark, because of how proficient you have acknowledged Nova to be. Everybody acknowledges how good Nova is out there in the Gorge. And DTE, the last time in the showdown up against them, couldn't really drag the game the distance. In fact, even when we looked at the goal graph, it was just all mostly going the way of Nova because of how good they are on the battlefield, right? And those split-second decision-making from the squad has been absolutely phenomenal thus far, Holla.
Yeah, and I think that if we're looking at a team, especially when you're at a execution level like as high as Nova Esports, is it more helpful to, maybe not play the top-tier heroes and to kind of handicap yourself a little bit, so you're trying things out, and it's still on a level, a very, don't get me wrong, DTE is still very good, and you're still trying it out on that level to see if, maybe you could win with this other lineup, which can kind of help you in the long term.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I don't know if or not Nova will be looking to do something like that, but, what's the worst case scenario? Who's going to be taking away your spot from you, right? I mean, yes, AG Global's pretty close, but I'm sure if they give up a game, they should be able to recover real quickly. I'm actually looking forward towards Nova maybe experimenting a little bit on the drafts here, trying to maybe be a little cheeky, put on a show for us, because they know what the outcome is going to be like. But at the same time, will DT actually punish them severely for underestimating them and being cheeky with those practices? We'll have to wait and see. Very early on, Nova Esports takes the pay off of the list.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the next week, and I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, especially since we've got the draft, but, Nova Esports still have yet to play AGG. That's going to be happening next week. And then also, there's going to be the Clash of the Titans, Nova Esports, Black True Esports on Saturday, the 24th of May. That is definitely a game to watch. So again, Nova Esports probably going to go all out. They want to go in with the best potential tiebreak.
Yep, and they bring in the Arlie for a start, and DTE walking in here with the Menki. I like this from the get-go. I'm a big lover of the Menki. If you didn't realize already, Holla, I mean, the amount of damage this guy absorbs is just phenomenal. You've got the Mayin in there as well for a phenomenal amount of damage that DTE can bring upon Nova Esports, which is definitely going to be very useful. But you look on the opposite side, you've got the Arlie, you've got the Agudo. That's already scary, let alone the Yu-Huan being thrown into the mix.
It looks like Nova Esports have got some other, activity after this one, because they are picking so quickly. They are very well versed. They knew what DT were going to be going in, obviously with that Jungle Menki and the Clashling Mayin, really setting themselves up for that. But Nova Esports, look, the Yuan, a lot of sustain, a lot of healing. You're going to have that control. It could be, it's probably, it could be flexed into the roam if they want to go. So it's a nice first phase pick here by Nova. And then you have the Agudo, which is again just kind of slowing the pace down. You have the zoning. It can make things a little bit more uncomfortable for DTE to really be going in. I think that this is a solid first 3 picks for both squads, actually.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, here from the side of DTE Gaming, we just saw her in performance, very, very flexible on the battlefield and in the Gorge. You will be able to wipe out some of these characters in these team fights, right? So looking forward to seeing exactly what can be done there. Nova Esports with the ban on the Diadia, not wanting to give them a lot of control on the Gorge later on. We see the marksman here, but the question is, will we see more tankiness from the side of Nova Esports as well? And I believe in the past they have been walking in here with the Lianpo as well. Will be quite fancy to see him.
So I think Nova Esports probably need a little bit more on the damage side. You have the tankiness. The Yuan is innately tanky. Agudo obviously very tanky already, right? So I think that you probably want to shore up some weaknesses of the damage department or a bit of control, right? If the Mayan gets on the back lines, you're going to have to deal with that in some way, like some sort of counter initiation. The Dream Roam from Menki is something to watch, so you need to kind of space out. You don't want to be deathballing. Your positioning is going to be key, as well as Lady Jean just making things uncomfortable. So you definitely have some weaknesses, and you got to worry about, again, how these team fights are going to happen. You got to get that vision score. You got to look and find out where they're potentially coming from.
And Dolia and Liang taken off of the list here by both Nova and DTE. I do agree with you, except that it was news to me that Yuhuan is tanky, because every time I've used her, I've just gotten squished out there. So,
I mean,
I acknowledge it's a skill issue, Ola.
I mean, I'm not going to say that. Obviously, AJ, you're top tier as well, but you have just the way it's played. You want to be kind of poking and prodding from the front line, and anytime you sort of take damage, you get that vision, you see where they're potentially going to go, and then you kind of back off with your unending sorrow. Stay alive, right? And the amount of heals, and once you get some of those items, it can really just help with that sustain, and it makes it difficult. It's not one where you want to be just like punched in the face by like all five of them at once. It's more of like a long sustaining team fights that are going to happen, and then you're able to kind of tank through that.
Now, Nova with a double pick coming on through here before DTE gets to pull the final one in. We've got the defense, we've got the offense on the side of DTE, obviously looking for a little bit of control overall as well to make some of these team fights go their way a little bit more. But it's pretty much going to be dependent on how Nova plays this one. I mean, so much of firepower on the side of Nova already. And the Lianpo that I was expecting is going to get dragged out as well. So Nova is looking like they are ready for a big battle. They are not going to be cheeky on this first one up against DTE.
Yeah, so, okay, DTE's lineup right now, okay. The Foods pick, it's more of just the lockdown, the Arlie, you know, anybody who potentially goes in, it's going to be a farm laner in this one. We've seen this used on the international stage, KME. It was played by Gen G Esports. Very, again, very tanky, and they're trying to control you, have those giant team fights. But DTE Gaming, if you're looking at the lineup, for me, it's lacking a lot of the damage. You don't have a Han Shin. You don't have some sort of way, like assassin-style jungler to kind of make to do all that damage. You're looking for long, sustaining fights, which is kind of what Nova Esports want in the end. If I'm giving an edge to this one, I'm going to give it to the Nova Esports lineup. I think it's a much easier draft to play. Plus, you have the damage in spades.
Absolutely, man. Now, let's see exactly how they open up things here. Nova takes on DTE in this best-of-3 series. And the last time, once again, these two met, it was Nova with a 2-0 victory, not allowing DTE to go the distance. It just happened once again here, unless DTE has got something up their sleeves. CC, no, you cannot do that. And Muchi, understanding that Hao is nearby, needs one more shot in, but Hao is going to absorb those hits instead. Wait, bit a tad bit too slow. Wendy trying to sneak away a hit, does manage to get one in, but not enough. And my goodness me, that was way too close for comfort here.
Yeah, CC just barely surviving. There was like one single shot, and how with that sprite was key for him. And I mean, he's got that launch pad. He's right back into the fight. So he didn't lose too much, but man, that was super close at this thing.
Absolutely. I mean, this Foos is probably not going to be getting involved in any one of these early engagements again. At least I hope for his sake he doesn't. But it looks like it's a party up top here, as well as Nova getting a triple stack. Maybe looking for an early jump onto CM.
Yeah, the potential time, right? I think that this is the big one. Look, CM, we've seen this guy as the clutch man. I mean, he's had 4 MVPs, but we haven't really seen him kind of, you know, further capitalize. Like, you know, every Zun and Sessi have really picked up CZ. And so it's kind of taken away, but I feel like CM is still the guy. He's the one that's making the plays, and I want to see more of that.
Absolutely, and now CM, gets a slam dunk in, but CY should have not gone in there for the jump, and Nova plays the high price at the get-go here. Wendy desperately trying to back away, and this Mankey trying to stop both of them single-handedly. My goodness me, what an annoying character to deal with up here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that it's super CC.
Yeah. Look, I thought he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the ranged versus melee type of heroes. You have to be picture perfect with your positioning, and you have to play almost safe, right? I think CC's being way more aggressive than he should be. You're not getting away from Muchi. I mean, this is why Arlie is S tier in terms of a farm lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just kind of undoing a little bit of progress on the Clash lane up there. Good launch up, but there's no follow-up there that's going to make them pay for that. How? Oh, quickly waltz out of that one as if nothing happened. CY hopping on into this battle a tad bit too late to make any sort of impact, and DTE backs away.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about in the pregame, right? That Rome matchup. How secure, Waypit, Liam Poe, who's going to be able to make those that impact, right? And we're seeing how just being aggressive, using his mobility to the maximum, just trying to fly in and out, just potentially threatening a good Mulderary power. Because if he gets a good one off and they're able to stun lock, they're able to just get that easy kill.
DTE with a setup here for Xuan, but he's not going to get caught out. Beautiful knockback by Kao. Waypit unscathed by it as they still continue an aggressive effort down here towards the river on the bottom. They want to set the Tyrant up, but DTE Gaming is a little bit too smart for that. They back away in the nick of time, and this is going to be a tad bit difficult for Nova to secure as they continue to look for an opening.
Yeah. CY falling a little bit behind. He's about 800 gold or 700 gold now into the lane matchup, the role matchup against Sunzun, who's done a great job of farming. But look at how Nova Esports are threatening this bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, waiting for the minion wave to go on for that push, but how is there for the backup? And the defense is decent enough for the side of DTE, but the damage has been done already on that outer tower down on the bot lane. Now on the Tyrant, on the other hand, it is a great engagement for the side of DTE. A couple of more shots needed in, and Sun will be able to claim it for the side of DTE. But what sort of price do they pay for this? Waypit super low on this, and How, on the other hand, will be able to back away after getting a decent enough hit, but I thought he could get away. Unfortunately, caught out, and a double for the side of Nova. Even though the Tyrant got snuck away here by DTE, the damage is still being shown by Nova, and this will give them the opener for this mid tower. And an easy one they'll take away.
Yeah, a huge turn of events right there. I mean, Sunzun getting the Tyrants, and you're thinking you're fine, but the rest of DTE were sticking around, and they were continuing to fight. BB and How got caught out. They were very squishy, and it's very immobile, especially in the case of the lady, John BB. Could not get away, but Nova Esports made them pay. You're like, okay, you took the Tyrant, we'll take the mid T1, which is a huge structural advantage at this point.
Yeah, absolutely, and 3-2 on the kills. Nova turning things around, and you see the deficit in growing here a little bit as well. So CM will back away real smoothly, and now the attack on the top. You do have the minion wave assisting them upwards already, and a beautiful clash down at the bottom as well. And unfortunately, they couldn't catch CM, but maybe they will get a consolation prize in BB, and Nova showing up in Swan. A beautiful slam dunk to take that life away. But the stun lands onto the Mankey as well. CY up against Sunsun. Unfortunately, no firepower enough to shut him down.
Yeah, great job there. I mean, it's a 1-for-1, but CC taking the bottom T1, that's going to be key. This is probably a suicide mission. There's no way he really gets out of this one. But again, CC just trying to take advantage of the space. My concern right now for DTE is that this lineup is, you're on a timer, right? If you're not able to close that game out, and Muchi is continuing to farm, and he's outclassing literally your entire team with his 4.9k, you're going to struggle.
Yeah, Crimson Golem for Mr. Muchi, and it looks like the Azure Golem on the opposite side of Muchi. What a dunk on this Mankey, and they're going in here for the chase as well. How? Oh, but a beautiful knock-up will prevent the shutdown onto How. What a defense by DTE.
Yeah, BB saving Hao's life with that Ocean of Tears, ensuring that he gets back to safety. It could have been very close at that point.
Oh, yeah.
But now Nova Esports, look at this. They get the single kill, and they're turning it into towers. Oof.
I mean, these guys, everywhere they move on the map, They are just doing something phenomenal, and Sisse all alone in the back lines of his enemies. And yeah, he's definitely going to get whooped back to his side.
So look, when Genji ran the Foots, they ran it with the Da Chiao. So they were able to teleport the Foots back to safety when he gets caught out like that. They don't have a get out of jail free card in this one. So DTE, every time you're going in, it's a one-way ticket, so to speak. And he's been getting caught out. He's really not helping the team at this stage.
No, he most definitely isn't. Tad bit unfortunate, and looks like tower number 5 is going to be claimed by Nova Esports. And with a 5k gold deficit now on the side of DTE, they need to find a way to make a comeback here. And Wendy just waltzing out of that one. Beautifully done by Sisse as he hops back in. But look at Nova, totally unscathed, unchallenged. They're making their headway now for the inner tower down at the bot lane.
Yeah, and this is why Nova Esports are so good, right? The fact that they're able to just push you back, there's no real way to kind of take any sort of fight onto them, and they've been pushed back. They've had full control of this game.
I mean, this is just phenomenal. We've seen team fights, but I've never seen a team fight like this where on the way out, you're just claiming towers as if they have got zero defense on them. This is just insanity. And it's the timing of walking towards those towers when the minion waves are just arriving. Nova Esports making this look like they've been doing this for years. I wouldn't be surprised if they were.
Yeah, and one way of dealing with the potential death ball lineup is to do what, Sisse's doing. Split pushing. He's been cutting the creeps, he's been buying some time, and that top lane has been putting a lot of pressure on. But Nova Esports are like, actually, the way that they're rotating across the map, it isn't much. But look at the bottom as well, CM. It's split push. They're dealing with the death ball lineup that is Nova Esports by pulling them from here to there.
Well, Who's just going to back away, and I mean, I guess whatever damage he's doing on the back lines is not as effective just yet. I'm still trying to figure out exactly where he's going with this. And in the meantime, Nova gets an easy Tyrant for themselves as nobody on the side of DTE contests for it.
No, because look, Nova Esports, look at how spread they are, right? You have 3 members in the bottom, you have 2 on the top that are looking to deal with the outside lanes. And this is what DTE are trying to do because they know the strength of the lineup of Nova Esports, where they want to just be like 5-man, just run down mid. They want to just make it, like a death ball. But seeing as they're pulled here and there, this is extending the game, giving DTE a chance. But is it enough, especially since they're down 6k? I don't know.
Yeah, this is just like watching a beautiful movie, right? Look at the movements out of Nova Esports all over the gorge, down at the bottom, up in mid, now up at the top here at the Clash Lane. Beautiful stun onto CM, but they will retreat. A fantastic opportunity to maybe catch out this Foos as well. Look at the Byron move on in, but Foos is going to go in here for the reset and will not get caught out. And the Crimson Golem is just wondering, how come you didn't take me, bro?
Yeah. I mean, it would have been super risky. CC understanding just the absolute limits, right? And now Nova Esports, you have 2 members at the bottom, you have 3 here. This is a potential gap for DTE to take a fight here.
And the Overlord is on standby. See why though? Can't really sustain a dragged out battle. Down at the bottom, Muchi single-handedly saying hello to Mr. Tyrant, and he will secure the Shadow Tyrant for the squad as well. Single-handedly to a sliver of health. Muchi! Overextension will get the kill. A fantastic launch up into the air as well. BB, look at Swan in the backline, right in front of the Crystal, looking for yet another kill. Sun holding on for his dear life, but the Crystal now wide open, and the assault from the side of Nova. There's no way DTE gets a survival on this one. Waypin's going to town on that Crystal, and DTE Gaming buying themselves a lifeline, and still you don't see many players dead on the side of Nova. They back away in the nick of time.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that this is going to be tough for DTE to come back. Almost nigh impossible, dare I say. They just don't have the hero picks. They had the window of opportunity. Just like this draft, I understand the potential, but there are other gaps on how you kind of round it out. The Da Chiao would have been huge. Having some sort of assassin-style jungler instead of the Menki would have been much better for you. And now they're trying to play this one with just straight-up utility, which is not easy because they can kite you from afar.
Absolutely. The only reason why I wanted them to use the Menki was because that's the only hero where I don't die a lot with, right? You need to stay alive up against DTE. Sunsun has been doing fairly well here, absorbing some of the hits, but clearly Nova Esports just on a different class altogether up against DTE Gaming, and now since it's going to get caught out once again, the rest of the team gets stuck halfway through. They thought they'll get the jump onto Nova, but CM is just absolutely diving on them. How will get caught out as well. Wendy going in for the stage. Zunzan still alive and kicking, but he is going to be chased all the way back to his crystal.
Yeah, I mean, Muchi getting killed here, I mean, not the worst thing. I mean, Nova still has the numbers, and they should have the damage for this, and they're looking to close.
Yeah, they're most definitely going to close this one, but they're going to go in for the kills first. With a sliver of health left on him. There is their high ground tower on the top lane as well, doing the damage onto the Nova players. So it's on the final one, and it looks like this Menki is finally going to go down. Team gets aced out, and the crystal finally falls as Nova gets the first game of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Nova Esports just too strong at this point, especially with a draft. Very traditional style. Don't need to kind of change things up. And I mean, DTE Gaming came up with something a little cute. Unfortunately, it was not up to the task of taking down Nova Esports. There are definitely gaps in that draft more than anything else. And I think that they'll look back on it and be like, okay, what are those gaps? How do we fill them? Because letting CC die when he was pushing a couple too many times, that should never really happen. You need some sort of get out of jail free card with that Da Chiao. You got to round it out better, or you need to have some sort of assassin style jungler like a Hanshin to deal and to kind of be very mobile on the outside.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, and we were thinking that maybe Nova is going to get a little creative with the draft, maybe experiment on some things here, but it's DTE with the experimentation and didn't go their way for sure this time around. But I guess, you know, in the depths of their heart, maybe they thought that there's just no way they're going to be able to take this one away from Nova. But, you know, never say never, right? We still have got another game to go here for DTE to buy themselves a lifeline and push this into a game number 3. But look at the stats coming on through here. Total of 6 kills on the side of DTE. But they most definitely got whooped here.
Yeah, definitely got whooped here. I mean, look, okay, Nova Esports, very good game. I'll give you an A-. I think Muchi, you dying once, unacceptable. How dare you? Wendy dying twice. Oh, no, I'm just, jokes aside. Nova Esports really just played that one well. I just be able to control that out. Muchi got caught out that one time. I mean, that was the target, the number one target DTE Gaming needed to have done. Just find Muchi, try to get some kind of kills. But Nova Esports, the rest of them, they just had so much counter initiation that if they jumped on top of you, they were able to control you, and Waypit, just too many good Tremor Smashes, just an all Nova Esports game here.
Yeah, and you know, usually when we look at some of the other teams here, we just see maybe a couple of their players, maybe they're on the Clash lane getting a massive number of kills. Maybe we see a raging jungler that's able to claim these bodies for the squad. But on the side of Nova, everybody's a slayer, right? Every time you get into a little bit of a tussle with them, be it a team fight or 1v1, it is most definitely trouble. Zunzan did survive for long enough, absorbing quite a bit of damage, 95,000 in total, but clearly it wasn't enough.
Yeah, not enough. I mean, getting you like, look, you there's no games that you can win where you just get punched in the face all the time, right? You have to be able to get those kills. You have to convert them into some sort of objectives. Nova Esports were able to take those, those hits. I mean, look at 87,000 from CY Waypit with 81,000. There's a reason why these guys are constantly up in the front line, making life difficult for DTE Gaming to kind of get to those squishy, creamier filled guys like Muchi, right? It was tough to get onto Wendy. It's just a tough situation because Nova Esports, their positioning and the way that they go about their team fight is just so next level.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it was just absolutely impossible to catch out Nova Esports as well because they were just so clean with their executions, right? And their rotations were just next level for sure. But looking down at DTE Gaming, look at BB, 100k on the damage. He definitely was picking up the slack for the rest of his team members. He was trying his very best to get the job done out there, but it just wasn't enough. And Tsetse on this boost, bro, I just wasn't feeling it this time.
Definitely. I mean, it's so, like, you have to draft around it. The playstyle must be 100% in. And yes, you can catch people off guard, but they went with the last pick on this one, and it really was not the right draft to be kind of showing it now. But look, this is the gold draft. We kind of saw what was happening. Nova Esports full control from like 4 minutes on, right? They just went skyrocketing in. And DTE Gaming with that lineup, there's really no way to come back in. You don't have a farm laner. You have a whole bunch of guys that do, that want to be in melee, they want to be taking fights, but when you're being kited out like that, and Nova Esports, again, just the far superior positioning, you're gonna really struggle.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously Nova Esports versus DTE, we always knew that Nova had the upper hand, but this was just purely one-sided. Yes, we did see that one Tyrant go the way of DTE, but even that didn't really turn into anything. In fact, they lost 2 players right after getting the Tyrant. Nova Esports just, was setting themselves up for victory from the very start. And no matter what DTE did, they turned that into a positive for themselves as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of those things where even when they took that first Tyrant, again, okay, let's do the MVP. This is going to be Wei Pitts, 0, 1, and 12. 50% of the damage, but again, the damage taken, and the biggest thing was the fact that he was able to kind of crowd control. How many times did he get multi-man tremor smashes? This guy was very next level, and there's a reason why he has some of the most MVPs as a roamer. This is his 5th MVP now.
My goodness. I mean, he's definitely a very effective player out there, and this Janpo was just so menacing, right? Like, those tremor smashes were so disruptive, and every single time they managed to get into a team fight up against DTE, this guy was the one that was disrupting their maneuvers. 15% of the damage delivered, 28% of the damage taken, but involved in pretty much every single team engagement up against DTE, and walking away with 12 assists. Truly well-deserved MVP.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look, the biggest strength of a roamer is if the fact that they don't die a lot. And the fact that he only died once in a barn bruiser of a game where he's always up in front, that was his only death right there, and they had to make a highlight out of it. But look at this, the DTE, this is the one where they got that Tyrant, and now they're on full-on retreat. And the rest of these matches, I mean, you're seeing just how DTE not able to take any of the fights. It's constantly outnumbered, constantly outclassed at this point, and it's just pretty much cleanup for Nova Esports.
Absolutely, and Nova with one down already, they're obviously going to look to make this a quick one within the next matchup. But the question is, will DTE be able to prolong this for themselves by any chance? And thankfully, the main heroes that Nova wants to use have all been expanded already. With the global ban picks, they're not going to be able to use the same monsters again. But the problem here is Nova has got many weapons in their arsenal. I don't even know if or not a best of 5 is going to be able to stop them from using heroes that they can still dominate with.
Yeah, we've seen these guys in Season 3 where they're able to do, the full distance, go, Game 7 against some of the best teams in the world, right? They have very deep hero pools. That is not a worry. Be it best of 3 more than anything else is about fine-tuning and kind of just rolling things about. Because again, the global ban pick, it doesn't, I mean, it's still definitely impactful in best of 3s, but you feel it in best of 5s and best of 7s way more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially for teams who don't really have such a deep hero pool, they may not be as proficient as Nova or BSC with some of these heroes out there. They're definitely going to struggle. But when you look at some of these veterans, it's just like a walk in the park for them. They can walk in with the foos and do some great damage. I most definitely am confident with that.
Yeah, I think it'd be funny if Nova Esports were like, hey, let me show you how to play the foods. We'll do it ourselves. We'll have the right draft. But we're going to be going into Game 2. This is going to be the draft for this one. I think Nova Esports, honestly, you have a little bit of room for, playing around. And now is the time to really test out a strat if you wanted to.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, let's take a look at the bans that are coming through here. Obviously, the pay are going to get taken out by Nova. Luna out of the equation as well very early on. So, no Raging Tiger here for the side of DTE Gaming.
Yeah, take that one away. I mean, both of them, right? Assassin style, like very high impact, highly mobile, damaging type. You want to just slow the game down more than anything else, and you want to make things more predictable so that you have an idea of just, again, if they were to go that way, then now you have to counter draft it, which is not something that you want to do, especially in the early parts of this draft here.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, let's take a look and see exactly how DTE is going to be swinging this one. So once again, still just the bans coming on through first. Ard is going to be removed from the equation as well. Nova just not wanting to deal with the burst damage. And we get to see a little bit of Lung now. This is where Hao is going to go crazy a tad bit. I feel like those kills are going to be a little bit more on the higher side, on the side of DTE. But the Mai and the Dharma pick by Nova, it's still the best of 3, so these power picks are still very much available. Hold up.
Yeah, so when I see a Dharma and Mai, especially on a team like Nova Esports, I'm like, it's over. It's over, right?
Yeah.
These two are very strong. DTE going with the Elaine, Dolia, and the Lung. So you have a lot of targets for that Celestial Melody, which could definitely do some damage, especially if it gets to that backline. But man, when I see the team fight start to happen from Nova, this could be very scary for DTE.
Yeah, absolutely scary, bro. You've got the Zhangfei in there as well. Regardless of whatever damage the DTE can bring into this matchup, this Zhangfei is just gonna brush that off and allow Mai and Dharma to kind of bring hell to their opponents, right? So this is a very scary setup for sure. Now Mossy's gonna get taken out, and one final ban coming through here for the side of DTE before we head on into the final picks.
Yeah, Dianwei and Yixing both banned out by Nova Esports. A lot of respect on this one. DTE, very squishy. Like, if they get caught out, they might have a bad time. I mean, yes, you have a lot of get out of jail free cards with the Lung in the lane, the Death at Sunset, and the Infinite Vastness, but if they're able to catch you down, like, without your ults, you might have a tough time. Nova Esports have a lot of crowd control, and then once they control you a single time, they have that burst damage. So DTE need to be very careful, especially with these next two picks here.
Absolutely, and Nova Esports, just with the 3 heroes alone, they look like this is going to be a stacked lineup. But now for the final 2, on the other hand, see exactly where they can swing this one for us. It's going to be the Chano pick that comes on through, and we haven't really seen the Chano use much on the side of Nova. This marksman can get the damage done in though.
Yeah, it's going to cover a lot of, tick a lot of boxes for what they need. Adding extra mobility, you've got that damage. The Wolves, very annoying to deal with. And DTE Gaming right now, they need to change a little bit in the sense that they need some sort of AoE damage. They need to deal with these Wolves. So something, and plus they're lacking in the tanky department. So you need somewhat of a tankier, I would assume, jungler, at this point. Going into a Chano, not the easiest lane matchups. Ooh.
Well, they bring the Zia in. The Yuhuan, I understand. But Holla, my skill set does not go all the way to Zia. so talk to me, sir.
So Zia is the type where, has crowd control. It has wave clear. It also has the potential for dealing with the potential wolves that might be going on, right? The Yuhan is definitely the type, you already know about sustain. You have a lot of, it deals AoE damage as well. It can deal with that as well. But again, this is definitely on the squishier side. I think that they're trying to leverage off of the Zia as much as possible of killing some of those wolves, getting some of that extra XP, funneling those levels into the other heroes. But Nova Esports are like, yo, you want to go squishy? We got ways to deal with you. We're going to go with the Musashi here. CY is going to be a beast.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I know about that Zia is the AoE damage, but I don't think Nova's going to be worried about that damage at all, right? You look at the lineup of heroes on their side, these guys are all absolute monsters for sure. Each and every single hero on the side of Nova is going to be claiming multiple lives. I don't know how, but DTE, they better bring some sort of magic out here to push us into a game number 3, because Nova is looking to end this one quick.
So DTE Gaming, if they go a little bit, if they can slow the pace of this game down, they're going to be fine, right? I think, the Zia is that power, mid to late power pusher. I think you're going to have a good time with that. But they're so squishy that this early mid by Nova Esports, especially with this Wendy Mai, you could take some serious damage. And this is the scariest thing, where Nova Esports, like, they win one team fight, they could just, like, win the game.
Absolutely. Now, Wendy is facing a little bit of pressure initially here, and the Sprite's going to be very quickly taken away by DTE. Nova, on the other hand, just dropping by to say hello to the Spike Tail. CM looking for the final shot in. Wendy's going to make sure that's prevented, and Nova's poking away at whatever they can find. And Waypit, though, has got the tankiness, and fall as he gets ganged upon by the side of DTE. A 3v1. And that puts Waypit on the back foot early.
Okay, Waypit died one time last game. He's allowed one time that he could die in this one, and that's it, right? It's only at the 1 minute, 10 second mark where it happened. He's not allowed to die again, but he did get caught out, which is a little, uncharacteristic of Waypit to be out of position like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a very interesting one, but of course, I don't think he expected the gank, so the 3-in-1, a little bit too much for the tank to deal with. But now, again, Waypit. The torture is there. It's just the range with the shots as well. able to put in quite a bit of damage. And from the very get-go, it looks like Waypit is under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. I mean, it's fine. It's better him taking that damage than Muchi. They had a lot of burst potential from DTE. Waypit tanked out most of that like a champ, and he will be, launch padding himself back into the game. So not all is terrible for Nova Esports. I think as long as Muchi's not taking the damage, you're fine.
My goodness, as a 3v3 about to unfold here between the two. BB missing the initiation. Wendy, though, trying to go in for the drag back, and Sun already hurt, but they're looking for CY as the trade, and Nova says no to that. Two players hopping on in front of CY to make sure this Musashi doesn't get squashed.
Yeah, Wendy went super aggressive, as well as, CY was kind of in that fight as well. But Waypit with the clutch leaping savior, right? Just with enough shields to keep things a little bit cozy. If they were a little bit lower, DTE might have thought about diving at that point. But again, Waypit, right time, right place.
See if or not CY is going to be making a mistake here. But DTE so much more cleaner in terms of the plays this time around. But we can't really rest on our laurels, Nova says, because we can still turn this one around very, very easily. Beautiful stun coming on through, and they are going to be able to catch this man. Oh, no CM! Will be able to get away from that. Fantastically defended.
I mean, CM right now, so low, but the fact that he was able to get that death at Sunset, just surviving. But Wendy coming in with a potential gank, hits him with a Kachusen, almost had that chance. And now CM, yeah, he's back in the lane. Not all is lost, but some XP was kind of lost to that tower.
Oh, everything slows back down once again. In 30 seconds, 4-minute mark, you get to see the entry of the Overlord as well as Tyrant. Let's see exactly who sets this up well. You can see DTE desperately down near the Tyrant's pit, waiting for the engagement. And once again, Waypit's going to get caught out here, but nothing too much for them to worry about.
Yeah, but Pao needs to be a bit careful. Again, just funnel as much farm as possible. Like, BB's going to be there with Zunzun, and they're going to be aggressive.
Tower shields
Aggressive indeed. Launching them up in the air, but maybe this is that opener. But there's a couple of teasers first, because Nova is not allowing them anywhere near the Tyrant. A quick re-engage coming on through, and Vapid just being as irritating as ever.
Yeah, look at CC. It's 3.1. He's actually kind of got a bit of a lead over Muchi by about 500 gold, but this Tyrant looks to go in the way of Nova already.
Yep, absolutely, and easy slay coming on here. And CY will take it for the squad, and an overextension for the Dust Wars as well. Nova is bleeding out Team DTE however they can. DTE does have the lead on the gold at this point of time. Nova slowly but surely making their way back in here.
Yeah, that Tyrant will definitely help. But again, props where props are due. Like DTE finding ways to get that farm, doing a good job of securing it and taking that lead. I mean, this is a big one. You always want to lead against Nova, especially early. Make them play from behind. Make them have to do riskier plays to get back in this game.
Question is, will this tower stand here on the splash lane? I think the answer is no. Instantly devoured by Team Nova, and that is the first tower of the game. And it looks like they're going to sequence this into 2 towers back to back. Swan and CY, they are here. The minions escorting them up, but potentially a big team fight landing here in mid as well. Going in here for the gank, and they will be able to find the beautiful stun. But unfortunately, the defense will be there, and Zandan still survive. Instead, it is Swan that gets traded out. Unfortunate, the ulti just did not hit in the right spot.
I mean, DTE, look at the way that their playstyle is. You have the Unending Sorrow from Zunzun, you have that sustain plus the heals, and BB's always going to be in the back, right? And so Zwan has to, Nova has to be even more aggressive, has to overextend, and Zwan got caught out. He was a little under the tower, so he took a couple tower shots. Not great for him.
Yeah, tower trade up top. It looks like DTE wants to pull one back for themselves as well. If they are successful with this, will be 2 towers taken down in total. And on that point, that is tower number 2 for the side of DTE. Down at the bottom, Nova trying to get the job done here as well. I mean, tower for tower, he kept going. And one beautiful launch up in here. And Zunta with a sliver of health left here. CY a little bit late to the party, but he's going to try to catch CM off guard. And the shots are on point here. And a beautiful flash comes on through, but CY is not going to allow him to waltz away with this. And Musashi gets the deed done.
Look, CY is a wizard in the sense that he is precisely on time. That was perfectly done. It was, if he was a little too aggressive, he might have used that duel to death a little too early. But the fact that he dragged it out, he waited for the death at sunset and the overlord, perfect timing.
And he found Zunta as well as he continued towards the back line. Zunta now, just a sliver of health left on him. What a launch here by CY. Musashi is hopping on into the back lines, and they will be able to find BB as well. And through all of that chaos, not a single player dropped on the side of Nova. How impressive that maneuver was.
I mean, that was perfect in the sense that CY understanding when that cooldown was going to be off, the duel to the death, and he was able to get it off onto BB. That was the control that you needed, and now he's got the damage. He has the level advantage over Zunzun, and now CY, this is why he's so scary on a Musashi, his ability to farm and to get those pickoffs.
My God. And now just like that, Nova Esports in the lead with the goal. Not a massive lead just yet, but this is pretty indicative as to what we can expect shortly. Waypin just disrupting DTE as they go for their own blue buff. But that will be taken by Sun. Smartly played, but that opens them up to absolute annihilation. Knockback onto CM, and a sliver of health left here on Sun. Muchi trying to back away, and Wendy, though, a little bit too squishy in that fight, and it will be BB that claims his life.
Yeah, just diving a little too close to that tower there. A little too dangerous. Wendy just trying to get the pick off. And this is why the Mai, you have a lot of early game presence. You have that mobility, but you're a glass cannon. You got to be super careful understanding where you are. You cannot be like caught out slightly like it just happened as BB made him pay.
And Nova now, another big objective. Overlord time this time. Those Vanguards will be handy to push a couple of more towers on the side of Nova. Down at the bottom, DTE getting the job done. Mid as well, clearing up the minion wave. They want to make a play here for the outer tower down mid. But the defense on the side of Nova just a little overwhelming for DTE to deal with at this point.
Yeah, a little too much. DTE are going to play a little bit more defensively. I mean, look, they're down about 2K. They definitely have ways to get back in this game, but they need to find some sort of pickoff. Right now, Nova Esports, they are dictating when those team fights are happening, when the initiations are happening. If you see what Nova Esports are doing, they're backing off. They're farming, right? This is the time for DTE to potentially group up and go for a potential kill.
The Vanguards pulling in the distraction here, but where's the push from Nova down mid? You can see up top, Muchi just single-handedly clearing out the minion wave. But he's coming back in here for that backup, and Menchano hops on in. It is going to be disastrous. CY, though, was hopping on into the back line. Sun backing away for the time being. And these boys will capitalize on the blue buff as well as they take their zero golem. Waypit being caught by CM. And he will be knocked right back by Muchi. What a shutdown as one gets taken out, and CY claimed as well. It's a 2-for-2 on both sides and a temporary truce called.
Oh my God, Chuan had an amazing three-man truth, but they just didn't have enough. DTE were able to make him pay, as well as CY. Oh, the ambush potential, but DTE shut that one down. Oh my God.
Oh, now Nova still have got enough men on the battlefield, on the gorge, to make sure the Tyrant is not pulled away by DTE. And the 2-for-2 is just a little bit of a reset here. And both squads right back in it. My goodness me, what a tussle that was, Holla.
Yeah, that was a great one. I mean, you just saw the power of DTE. That opportunity going in, potentially just being able to withstand that three-man truth and to turn it around and somehow to win that team fight, absolutely huge for them.
Oh, Steel coming on through. Can DTE get this job done? But Noah says no. Waypin will be able to find the final shot in, and Muchi claiming the life as well. CM unfortunately not as tanky. How? A sliver of health left on him. Wendy going in here for the chase. It is a 1v4, and it will be Sisu that drags in the damage to himself instead to protect How.
Oh, Sisu, the perfect time. That was the ultimate burst right onto Wendy. And now Wendy, again, very squishy. This is entering that stage where he gets caught out a single time and he gets focused fire by Sisu. He's going to die, right? And you just saw exactly what happened. They need to be careful. This is an opportunity where DTE can get back in this game. I talked about the fact that, you know, Nova Esports were on a bit of a timer. DTE haven't exactly hit the comfort zone yet, but it's very, very close. They definitely have an opportunity in this one.
They can go in here for the Overlord, but the Azure Golem is going to be the target here for Muchi first. And this guy's going to just be a tad bit more annoying on the channel shortly. Another tower claimed. And it looks like they're not done just yet. Setting up yet another team fight down mid.
Yeah, look at BB level 16. CC has been bumped up to 16 as well. This is where the critical mass starts to happen, where these heroes, especially the Loom CC, is going to be doing even more damage. You got to be super careful. And this is why, again, the timer thing was so important. CY needs to ensure that if he goes in, he needs to find CC. He needs to die.
Oh my, Shadow Overlord now. It seems like this game just got a tad bit more difficult for DTE. Those Vanguards are going to be annoying, and they have lost that one inner tower already on the Clash lane. That's going to be exposing them a tad bit. But in this team fight, Nova pushing them all the way back to their crystal.
Yeah, they need a hold at this point. DTE need, again, just more time, a little bit more space. The Vanguards are definitely not going to help, especially with the bottom Shadow Vanguard there. But again, DTE's job, wave clear, prolong the game. Yes, you lose some T2s, not the worst thing in the world. Right now, it's all about those T3s, getting yourself some levels so that, again, CC can get accelerated to the maximum.
Wave Pit just waiting at the inner tower here at the bot lane, so that those Vanguards can arrive and get the damage done. Look at him just waiting to pounce on his opponents, and now overextending as well. All three inner towers have been taken away from the clutches of DTE Gaming. And now what stands is those three high ground towers, which Nova is now making a play for. The minions are here, the Vanguards with the damage as well. In the meantime, Nova actually backs away as the Dharma clears out the mid lane with a couple of minions. The defense was subliminal from the side of DTE.
It was great, and that was actually perfectly played right by DTE. Again, slowing it down. BB's now 17. Just the fact that they were able to stick up in front. You have Zunzon absorbing all that damage, then he had the Unending Sorrow, and then it's like, oh, if he's slightly, you know, there's a slight chance of him dying, Hao's got the Celestial Melody to kind of just make sure that he does survive, right? So again, you have a lot of get out of jail free cards, and being able to place that out. DTE doing a great job. That was a great hold.
Phenomenal one for sure. Muchi not going to get caught out just yet, but the jump in, but Zunzun will protect him for the time being. BB caught out by CY, will flash away, but Swan is there for the follow-up, and this Dharma just taking them to town. How unable to get away, stuck in between CY and a hard place, and CY will claim his life, and a double for this Musashi on top of everything else as they continue to push for these towers.
Oh my god, the fact that Nova Esports were able to flank all around, catch them from behind, and that is a perfect way to take them down. You had no real exit strategy, and DTE paid with their lives.
Yeah, GG, this one's done and dusted. Nova Esports, they are about to ace out DTE. Zunzun cannot risk that, but he has no choice. Team Ace, Crystal Drop, Nova with a 2-0 victory.
It's just really well played by Nova Esports. Just that last team fight and why these guys are champions. I mean, the fact that they were able to take it out, they were able to just bait it out. They were kind of like, DTE were like starting to group up in that mid lane, but then they got completely flanked, and we'll see it in the highlights, and just being able to end it out. Because again, DTE's sole job was to kind of like, you know, take their shots, kind of back off, regroup a little bit, kind of take more shots, and continue to kite them out. But when your backline is completely cut off and you have no way to retreat, this is exactly what happens. Nova Esports just cleaning house.
34 years of my life being alive in this world. My friends have been convincing me to play MOBA my whole life. And I said no, because MOBAs suck until Honor of Kings happened. Bloody hell. And Nova just makes you so excited. The way they executed that was just way too beautiful to watch, Holla. I never knew a team could move like that. Up and down, there was no wasted movement out of Nova Esports at all. If they're overextending, they're either eating off of your plate in your camp, or they're taking away your buffs, or they're doubling back down for the Tyrant or the Overlord. And just when you thought DTE Gaming was maybe making some sort of headway at the start, these guys just canceled that out instant and turned things around.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about these games is the fact that you've got the team play, right? And to steal, as you were saying, and to have that map control, all these things, you need like-minded people. Everybody's on the same page, and you're kind of just seeing this the culmination of all of that by Nova Esports. It's like hive mind. When one person moves, the other people are moving in the background, just understanding where they need to be. And when that team fight happens, like, it's a full on out. Like, Muchi's 302, CY is 415, but it was all kind of set up by Xuan, Wendy, Waypit, just kind of like tightening that noose, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, Muchi, this guy, this Chano was a phenomenal monster out there. Just so irritating. You couldn't get him down, right? Every time he got caught out in a sticky situation, he just literally pranced out of there unscathed. Everybody else hops on in, Waypit especially with the defense, and that was just phenomenal. He absorbed a total of 105,000 damage. CY, this Musashi, 77,000 damage taken, 79,000 damage given, and Muji with 100k damage. Nova Esports had everything going their way, Holla.
I mean, look, they had no lockdown for Muchi. They had no way to kind of get onto him. I mean, CM was trying his darndest to get there, but it was so hard because CY and Waypit, just the amount, and Juan, just how much space that was being provided, and the fact that they were able to just kind of, initiate, get those crowd controls spells off, and just to kind of control the team fights before they can go in. And then DTE Gaming, again, we're very fragmented, right? When you have a player down, it's really hard to fight 4 versus 5. You're not able to find it, and this is what why Muchi is one of the best farm laners in the world, right? He's able to pick you off from afar, and he's got the damage for it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we all knew that DTE was going to have a tough fight up against Nova. We just didn't expect this level, right? Nova was just so beautiful all around. I mean, the teamwork was just phenomenal. The defense from DTE was great as well. I mean, we can't take it away from them. They played a great game out there. BB especially with the damage dished out. They were desperately trying. But there was just this magic about Nova Esports and their maneuvering around that just made this impossible for DTE. From what looked like it was a game that was on their side, they had the lead on gold for a very short time, but Nova just said nope and took it right back.
Yeah, I mean, looking back on this one, I think DTE Gaming, more than anything else, check out that last team fight before it happens. Like the movement of Juan going for that flank, like you have a lot of blind spots and you need to cover those, track. Like people need to be spread out a bit so that you have an idea of where they're coming, and when the team fight happens, maybe you look to group up at that point. But look, let's look at this gold graph here, because DTE had some moments. They were definitely in the lead up until like the 5-minute mark, where it kind of swings a little bit in favor of Nova. But the fact that Nova Esports, again, with that map control and the full out way of just closing out games, is just really what, is the biggest differential from a good team and an amazing team.
Yeah, I could not have said it better, bro. And even the parts where DT was taking the lead by a little bit, Nova, it's not like they gave it away, but they were just focused on other things on the Gorge, and it obviously produced such a great outcome for them. CY, your MVP, 415 on the KD as well as assist, 24% of the damage given, 26% of the damage taken. It was a phenomenal game for this Musashi.
Yeah, just really setting themselves up for success. Nova Esports understanding what everyone needs to do in their specific role, and then just able to close out games. It's very impressive to watch a team like Nova Esports or BSE or even AGG because they're so good with their movements. Understanding how to close out the game by that map control and the full-on pressure makes it so difficult. I mean, DTE probably could have prolonged the game if they just stuck in their base, but that they were thinking, oh, the pressure is too much, and we'll see it in the highlights exactly how Nova Esports were able to close this one out.
And of course, it was a super decent game for the side of DTE, but a phenomenal one from Nova for sure, Holland.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, this is the initial pick off, the duel of the death, and this is kind of the beginning of the end, dare I say. CY even very low, just baiting them out. DTE were continuing to try to fight this one, but one person gets picked off, the dominoes crumble, right? And Nova Esports finding that nice little initiation. This is a decent one. I think the Umbrella Upwards connecting on a 2 there, but getting BB, that was a huge win, and now DTE cannot fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And DTE, prior to this matchup, they were 6-5, and now they are 6-6, with obviously O2 Esports catching up with them. This is not good for business. DTE Gaming is now at risk of losing that 4th spot to O2 Esports, which is not going to be very detrimental, but obviously everybody is going to be looking to avoid that 6th spot, because 6th spot basically means AG Global is going to be meeting you at the plains, and that's not going to be fun.
Yeah, it won't be fun. I mean, it'll be fun for AGG, let's be honest, but any other team, not so much. I think that's the biggest one for this.
Yep.
But again, every single game matters. And to finish strong more than anything else, and ensure that, hey, this is a time where you're going up against BSE and Nova, and to put your best foot forward, see what can work. I think that's going to be key moving forward. Again, it's all about trying things out and then try to go in. But first, I believe we have an interview with Waypit that will be coming up. This is, of course, from Nova Esports, but that's going to be up right about now.
Absolutely. Let's bring on Waypit from Nova. Waypit, congratulations on the victory. First of all, bro, you are so inspirational. Your gameplay is just out of this world. What's the training regime like for Nova to get to this level, Waypit?
Training, just training like usual. I wake up early and then keep training. Like something like that.
Okay. Wake up, Honor of Kings all day long, and then whoop ass out there. Holla, I love it, bro.
Yeah, no, it's great. Thank you, Waypit. Congratulations on your win. Okay, just a quick one. Who is your favorite player in the MKL that's not on your team?
My favorite player is TS Shisan.
Okay. Why Sun?
I mean Shisan.
Oh, Shisan. Okay. Why Shisan?
Because he's a mid laner.
Okay. All right.
Okay, all right. I mean, cheeky answers. Now, you guys are the reigning kings of HOK Invitational 2025 Season 3, but obviously teams are looking for your title. Teams are looking to grab this MKL championship away from you. It's a historic league because it's the first ever official league here in Malaysia. Any message for Black Shoe Esports and AG Global, who look like they're the closest to you, to take it away from you?
Gambate, BSE.
More? All right. Okay, and to AG Global, my friend?
AG Global, Gambate.
All right. Okay.
All right, last question, Waypit. First off, congratulations. Secondly, do you have any sort of last words for your fans, your team, anything that you would like to kind of get out to the public?
Please support us. We will keep fighting.
Okay. All right. You got my support, Waypit. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on your series, and I hope to see even more, waves that you have, but thank you so much, Waypit.
Thank you very much, Waypit. As efficient they are out there on the gorge, no wasted movements at all. Waypit, no wasted words in that interview, bro. I mean, straight to the point. Gambate, everyone. Try your best. We are still going to win, says Nova. I like that. I like the confidence. And dude, I'm absolutely in love with the gameplay here, Holla.
Yeah. I mean, Waypit is one of the best, right? A lot to look up to, especially as a Rome player myself, and just seeing how he plays things out. Just the amount of control, I think that's going to be key. But let's check out the standings after that one. I think that we're going to see largely, I think it'll be the same. I don't think that we're going to see too much of a shakeup here. Nova Esports will take the top slot just because of the fact that they've played one more game than Black Shrew Esports. They will be playing up against AG Global. That one's going to be coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's inconsequential as to who takes the number 1 and number 2 spot, because both of them will automatically qualify for the upper bracket semi-final for sure. What does matter is the spots between 3 to 6, because that kind of sets up the play-ins. And at this point of time, we assume teams are trying to avoid AG Global. Only 3 series losses thus far, as opposed to DTE, Team Secret, as well as O2 Esports.
Yeah, I mean, look, if your job is to avoid AGG, even if you're Black Shoe Esports or Nova Esports, you want to be first place, right? Because looking at the playoff bracket, it's 3 through 6. The winner of that one will play the second place team. So potentially, seeing as that AG looks to be a lock for that third position, you probably want to be kind of, in that first spot. I think it's definitely going to help you out going into this one.
Absolutely. And of course, the upper bracket semifinals, the Kings will be awaiting you once you sort the play-ins out. If you win your play-ins, then the journey just gets so much more harder. And, you just have to wait for your opportunity to either kick or be kicked down to the lower brackets. This is all going to be very exciting stuff that we can look forward to in the playoffs. We've got one more week, though, here in the knockout stage for this league in the double round robin setup. We're coming to the conclusion of many of these matches already. We're able to see the scale between these teams. But of course, we still want to see what does AG Global have in the tank, whether or not they've got enough in the tank to shut down a team like BSE. And if they are, I think the playoffs is going to most definitely be on a totally different level this time around, Holla.
Yeah, it's going to be setting it up for the great final series. This is going to be a huge one, of course. Black True Esports versus AGG. Who's going to win this one? We're going to find out, but of course, we're going to take a little bit of a break before we get into that one. Stay tuned and we'll find out.
Victory!
Yeah! Another round? Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Innkeeper, this is from the guest upstairs. Huh? My, I'm rich. He said it was a repayment. Huh?
Innkeeper, I'd like to take that off your hands. Name your price. Come on, indulge me.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here.
Interesting.
Northern Brook. Where's the man? Let the 12 houses keep it safely. Let's spare the world another bloodbath.
You'll have to ask my blade.
Fine, I'll play your game. After all your travels, you couldn't even buy a decent sword?
Silence!
You have skills, but I see plenty of openings.
Not bad, Master of the House of Riches.
Want it back.
Let's get out of here!
Sorry!
Read the manual!
Come on! We're just playing around!
Why so serious? This concerns the good of the martial world. You can't have the book.
Allow me? You prestigious schools talk a big game, but you're all just making excuses for yourself. You're still here?
Not good. It's a fake.
You're playing with us.
Illusion magic! Run!
If only I had an alternative, this would never have happened.
Those tears of a broken heart, broken spirits restless in the dark. There's no point to resist. We'll get the secret after.
Magic. Despicable!
That's why Megan keeps the martial manual for himself. For that treasure. I see. It's with the sword.
Quiet! The manual is already back out in the world.
An excellent performance.
The Forbidden?
Welcome to the end. Welcome to your doom.
I come from wealth and pave my road with gold. The world is mine to discover.
As a blade can be straight or curved, deeds are just or crooked.
A single flute casting shadows and spirits, descending upon the martial world.
With the might of stones, I shall crush my foes.
Darkness, the precursor to light.
Such feebleness, unable to withstand a single blow. Beneath a frost-kissed mound, it's there that memories reside. Bitter-sweet smiles. The journey to Plum Manor is long and arduous, but still, I have to go. Crossblade! Across frozen rivers! Have been burned to ash, and her grave stands desolate. All my life, I've feared nothing except disgracing the name of the Northern Blade. Nice drink. It's a pity that no one will drink with me again in the future. Where I was born, there were camels, wild geese, and crab apples, as well as great wastelands bathed in moonlight.
Lives are so complicated.
Esports going up against AG Global. Going in for this one, of course, week 5, day 3. AJ, your thoughts on this final series of the day?
I don't know, man. I mean, you're talking about Black Crew Esports, who has only lost one series thus far, and that's up against Nova. But we all know exactly how that goes, right? We just saw Nova in performance. That was a beautiful game of HOK, and Black Shrew is able to show us exactly the exact same thing. So it's going to be a tough one for AG for sure. And the last time they met, it was a easy 2-0 on the side of BSE. So it's going to be a tough one for AGG for sure. But it is their opportunity to prove themselves or even test out what they want to do up against them later on in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think AGG, though, have really kind of leveled up. Like their experience of like losing those games have kind of helped them, and I think that long term they're going to be in a better spot. Going into this one, I expect bigger things on this. I really want them to kind of really take the fight to BSE on this one. I think that they have a chance. Mechanically, all of the players are sound. They're very good. There's just been some minor tweaks that they need to kind of fix out, and we've seen some of those weaknesses considering that they have 3 match losses. But this is a team that really has that potential to really take out one of these top dogs.
Yeah, they most definitely do, right? Unfortunately, it's just the infancy of the league here in Malaysia, where we see some very top-heavy teams, and then we see some mid-range dominators, and then, of course, some bottom feeders. These guys on the side of AGG, they're definitely the mid-range dominators, right? But so Black Shrew Esports and Nova at this point of time just on a whole other level, and understandably so. They're just the better players, the better teams. But whether or not AGG kind of cuts down the distance between these big teams and the mid teams in this season itself, or we have to wait another season, that's one to wait and see. I've casted for a couple of different games on some other stages. It just seems like it needs a few seasons to kind of get these teams all amalgamized and have a very even playing field all throughout the league, right? But of course, this is something that AGG will be able to perhaps show us today. They've already got the homework done on BSE. They've gotten enough exercise in here already. They've trained enough. They've warmed up enough. So maybe we'll get to see a very different version of them today, Holla.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm hoping to. I want this to go to that third game. I think that's going to be key for this one because, again, just being able to take it to BSE is another level, right? And being able to take out a single game, I mean, I think that would speak volumes about your confidence. Because who knows when you're going to be able to potentially play this team again. There's a lot to learn from these games, and seeing how BSE moves. You're already saying the praises of Nova Esports and how well they play and they execute. But BSE, another top dog, right? And so anytime you're playing against these teams, there's a lot to learn here.
For sure. And once again, they've already done this already. They've already played the first round up against them. They've even taken on teams like O2. They've learned from them as well, right? All game is global. So I'm hoping to see some beauty here. I think we've been blessed with easy 2-0s thus far, just to set us up for the final series so that it can be taken the distance and we get to enjoy each and every single moment of it. On the side of Black Shrew Esports, you've got Musang King, my favorite variant of the Durian, and he's my favorite player on the side of BSC as well. You've got Siang, you've got JR, Dian, as well as Zihong on the side, once again, of Black Shrew Esports.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the AG Global side, you have Saber, Yulong, JD, PHY, and Dao Han. This is a team that's really on the rise. This is a team that's very strong and is very formidable. I mean, we were talking about who was going to be that third slot going into this, right? Into the MKL. We were kind of like, could it be Secret? Could it be O2 Esports? And all of that. And AGG, I mean, definitely one of the favorites for that third slot, but they have shined, right? This is a team that's really proven to be like formidable, and they've kind of solidified that third slot.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, AGG is a team that's going to be feared by many other teams. Whether or not Black Shrew Esports ends up fearing them or being put in a position where they will never ever underestimate AGG, that's all going to be dependent on this series here. But let's take a look at the head-to-head of the farm lane, where BSC seems to be winning out on some of these angles, right? Average KDA 6.4 up to 6 versus 6.0. I don't think JD is losing out on a lot here. The same will be said for the goal per minute in terms of farm as well. They're not too far off here, Holla.
Yeah, very similar. I mean, in terms of these stats, even the MVPs, JR has 3, JD has 4 MVPs. So, both of them are very, a huge value to the team, like their assets, right? These are the guys that will really carry their teams. Absolutely huge going into this one. I don't give anyone a slight edge. I mean, even their names are very similar. JR versus JD. So they have a lot of, similarities in that sense. But these are very strong farm laners.
Yeah. The only outlier here on the side of AGG is the fact that they allowed themselves to be outsmarted by O2 Esports in a 2-0, right? That's the only thing that brings up this question mark in my head. If the only series where they have taken a loss was up against BSC and Nova, then I would definitely put them on a 50-50 up against the team of BSC now. But the numbers are most definitely on the side of Black Shrew Esports. I'm waiting for an upset, though. I think, when I come out to shoutcast any title, any game, any team, I'm always looking for a great big upset that always riles me up, and you get a good show through that, right? So I'm hoping to see AGG do something special out here.
Yeah. I think that was the time, and we've seen just why, like O2 Esports and Team Secret, those guys are like, they're 5th and 6th, and 4th right now, but these are teams that have the potential to shock you, right? And I think AGG got hit with that. They lost O2, as you rightly pointed out, but it's a thing where they need that punch in the face early to make them better even later. So that every game is serious, everything that we need to understand of how to play against them and to not take anyone lightly, especially in the MKL.
Yeah, I mean, you most definitely need to step it up if that's the case, right? We have seen a lot of magic out of AGG thus far. And like you said, it's good that they got kind of surprised by O2 earlier in the competition so that they wake up early, they don't make these mistakes. But will they be able to perhaps expose some of the mistakes that BSC could make out there? And does that just make BSC so much more stronger? Because the same applies that side, right? They learn it early in the playoffs. They don't drop any maps. That's going to be insane. But either way, I don't know. I think if BSC takes a 2-0 walkover victory on AGG here, I think that kind of solidifies some sort of a storyline in MKL as to who the top dogs truly are. And even AGG that strikes fear in the hearts of teams like DT and Team Secret are not really scratching the surface here with BSC. But if the reverse happens, if BSC kind of shows some signs of weakness here up against AGG, I think we've got a very exciting playoffs on our hand.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of it is on that, right? The fact that, when you are truly tested, then you can kind of see where you stand. If you win out all your series, you kind of, ease up on the training. You're not as well versed. You kind of just take it, you know what I mean? You take things for granted a little bit. But, losing that game kind of keeps you hungry. And I think that that's super important. Not to say that Black Shrew Esports are going to be dropping anything at this moment, but I felt like AGG definitely did that, and that has helped them, propel them, getting themselves into that third slot. But we're going to be in, of course, the draft right now.
I felt it here when you said losing the game keeps you hungry because I've been losing too many games, bro. And I have been addicted. Yes, I've been very hungry for a win. Early bans on the superpowers like Byron and the Dharma. You're going to see Arlie and Mai being taken off from the side of AG Global. So the heavy hitters are out, and Black Shrew Esports understands that they'll need to deal with a lot of attempts from AG kind of trying to outpower them. So they bring in the Zhang Fei.
Yeah, very. We want to win this one. Like they're going heavy-footed into game one. Black Shrew Esports not messing around, right? Especially with this Loong and this Pei. Again, a lot about pace and how this team wants to be playing, right? And it looks like they're going to be fast and furious, especially early.
Of the Mozzie lock, you kind of cage in your opponents, and this is what AG Global is looking to do in here very early, kind of trap them in, allow Mayin to do that damage a little bit later on. I mean, you've got a great zoning capability with that Mozzie, and his CC is just absolutely available for every comp out there. AG Global trying to really outscale the damage here as anticipated with the Jing pick here as well.
Love it. I love it. They're just going in. I mean, they see the Pei and they're like, okay, we can actually, if you want to group up and you want to just kind of have that tempo, but you're very squishy, we have ways to deal with that. And they're going to go with the Yulong Jing, and I love it, right? Go with your best foot forward. Be very aggressive. Yulong is very scary on this hero, and the fact that he's able to get onto that backline, if he gets on this Pei, Musang King might have a tough time.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the damn name Musang King makes me hungry all the time. It's so unfortunate that durian season in Malaysia is just so limited. In fact, in the whole world, it's limited. But at least we get the good fruits, man. Yeah. Jokes aside, we've got that Pei-Loong combination, which obviously brings out the damage from the side of Black Shrew Esports as well. A couple of more bans coming out through here. But, of course, talk to me through here. Why do you think these guys are bringing these characters out?
I mean, look, the Marco Polo, the AGG needs some sort of farm laner at this point. The Marco Polo is something that they're trying to respect. They, again, need to be attacking JD as much as possible, and they go with the Concert Yuri to kind of ban that one out. And it's all about that lane matchup, right? They've already got the Loong from the BSE side, so they're trying to limit what they could potentially bring. If you have to kind of dig deep a bit, and it looks like AGG are going to be going with that farm laner last, you have less opportunity, but it might be a bit of a surprise. We're going to have to find out in this draft.
Yeah, I mean, they bring in the Yixing as well. These are all the big guns early on. And obviously, you can't, ban out each and every single one of them. So this is going to be the showdown here at the get-go. And obviously, neither side is going to be holding back. Black Shrew Esports, for the final two picks coming on through, they've already got a very tanky, character on their side. They've got the damage output as well. They've got Pei to go out there on the roam looking for those kills. But obviously, they want some firepower on their side as well, right, Holla?
Yeah, so AGG side, definitely on the squishier side. BSE going with the Charlotte Ladies Young to round out that draft. Perfectly done. I think that they cover a lot of their bases. They understand what they need to do. And again, just keeping Pei and the Loong surviving as long as possible. AGG have gone with a lot of utility. It looks like it's going to be an all-in on this Jing. Obviously, they're going to pick up the farm laner, the Lady Soon, very capable in JD's hands. I think they're going to have a good time. But AG's lineup, very squishy. If BSE get the drop on, they have a nice little unbridled outburst, they will struggle.
Yeah, I think we kind of see that already here. But if AG Global does manage to kind of get them trapped into the cage by that Mozzie, if the timing is right, you kind of burst all of them with the Yixing and the Jing. I think this is going to go the way of AG Global as well. They cannot afford to make any mistakes, obviously. I think BSE will be looking to poke many of those mistakes out of them. It's going to be a battle for those big objectives on the map as well. So those junglers, Musang King and Yulong, they will be hard at work today for sure.
Yeah, and look, I think the first 5 to 8 minutes of this game is going to really dictate just how it goes, right? If it's kind of 50-50, I think that I would say that, AG need to worry because, look, you have the Pei on the side of BSE, and there's always a bit of a timer on that. But the fact that you have JR on the Loong, I think that you're going to be fine. AG, on the other hand, very squishy, right? And those heroes are not built for the late game, which kind of worries me.
Absolutely, and by just getting caught out here in the 2v1, but nothing much to sweat at this point of time. Just clearing out those minions pretty early, keeping the mid lane wide open for any intense action that might just pop up a little bit later on. Down at the bottom lane here, you've got a 2v2 as well with a potential gank being set up. But once again, I don't think that's going to be anything too early.
Yeah. But look, you're seeing what they're trying to do on both sides, right? Just kind of funnel as much farm into the jungle laner, the junglers as much as possible. Yulong has been getting a lot. As well as Musang King. So they're just even prioritizing, doing the damage, letting him get the last hits so that he can, move from camp to camp as quickly as possible.
Yeah, great work by both teams here, but overextension by AGG. JD looking for a catch, and that's just going to be denied on the side of BSC. Very smartly played by JR with the timing. Just 1 foot back and 2 steps forward with those hits.
But look at the positioning and how that they've frozen the lane, BSC that is, right outside of tower range. It just had to push at this point.
Yeah, fantastic stun coming on through from JD here, but JR just hopping on in to get that interference done. Dian losing quite a bit of life, but nothing much to worry about. The Zhang Fei is going to get a quick reset made here as the push from Mozi was just pretty intelligent from the side of AD.
Yeah, so just back to my point, BSC, we're trying to freeze the lane so that it's closest to their tower, because if you get cannon blasted and then Lady Soon is there and potential rotation by PHY, you're just going to get killed, right? And they know that, and they have to play very safe in that sense, because these cannon blasts really hurt.
And all thanks to the launch pad. Got the Zhang Fei right back in their faces yet again here. JD just needs to be a tad bit careful, but there is the potential gank on the setup here by Phi. A 3v2 is not going to be fun, but Dian will make sure the Fire Beak doesn't get stolen away. So not a lot of damage done here by the 3 players on the side of AG.
Yeah, and I look at how Xiong is actually just rotating with Musang King. They're like moving in pairs, just helping them farm and making sure that Musang King gets as much as possible. Again, it's all about that jungle laner. Who hits that tipping point first and is able to kind of accelerate as fast as possible.
Absolutely, and of course we've got another minute to go before those big objectives appear on the map. So in the meantime, minimal level 5 here for sure from the rest of the players, but Musang King already tipping on the 7 alongside Yulong. Like you mentioned, these junglers are going to be absolutely crucial, and they have been preparing well enough so far.
Yeah, doing a good job on understanding. It's not about this. I mean, there's a 500 gold lead in favor of BSC, but it's so far, from calling this game, right? Anything can happen at this point. AG, even top lane.
And it looks like it's going to be the map turned into an absolute blast as Musang King claims the first life in the game. First blood for BSE. And that was all thanks to the gank out of nowhere from Xiang.
Yeah, actually Xiang did such a good job. He kind of baited him out. And there's a reason why this guy has the most MVPs in MKL with 6. He's tied actually with Konglin. But this is a guy that really sets it up. Understands his position in the team of just being able to set things up. And they know that the win condition is Musang King. Let him get those kills and accelerate. He can definitely make plays, but he doesn't need the farm like Musang King does.
BSC is just showing amazing movement out there on the Gorge as well. And now an early teaser here from AG. And Black Fury Esports pretending as if they don't care about this at all. They're going to be sending Dian in, but it's like they barely even try to contest for that Tyrant, and it's going to be Yulong taking it for the squad. And an early start here for AG on the big objectives.
Oh, Zihong is going to survive. Yulong is not going to be domain into this one. Interesting. Okay, Zihong just barely able to get away, but in that Tyrant fight, Dian was actually trying to threaten the Smite steal, but he got controlled. Saber with a nice cannon blast.
Beautifully done. And Saber now being caught out. As anticipated, Musang King is going to be absolutely dangerous. Going in for the shutdown onto JD as well. Overextending and will be able to walk out with that. A double kill for my favorite Durian.
All right, is Musang King overextending if he played that one perfectly in the sense that he didn't die?
Amen. Amen. Yeah, 3 kills so far. This man is insane. 16k on the gold.
I mean, he's 3-0-0, but he's Bruce Lee, right? He's got the skin. I mean, he's obviously going to be doing it with style. Like, this is a guy that understands the limits. But again, obviously, when you're diving that tower or whatever, and you're within range, and getting the kills onto JD, that's a huge win for your team.
Absolutely. I mean, none of my tower dives have ever ended with me waltzing out, okay? I'm dying all the time. But now Daohan getting cheeky alongside Yulong as well. It's a 2v2 and Musang King involved in that fight. And AG says nope. And a big no it is as they back away. And now a full-on team fight capable. here for the side of BSE as they throw their efforts in. Musang King going for the red buff still and will rightfully take that away from 5.
All right, I want to address the fact that when you overextend, why you die is because when you go in, you got to make sure you buy your return ticket, right? You're only buying one-way tickets. It's not helping you, my friend.
Amen, brother. It hasn't helped me out so far. Stun from afar from Saber, but there's just going to be a cheeky 1-5 on the standby. And Xiang's going to get caught out here. Beautiful stun coming on through as well, but no finisher. AG allows him to walk away.
Oh, Jihong was the perfect mate in the sense of that Ocean to Tears, just controlling, buying the time for Xiang to get on out. Ziyong was the perfect wingman on that one.
Yeah, man, now AG Global now setting it up. Beautiful stun coming on through. Dian is caught out a little bit. And just waltzing out JR. We can't really do much against a dragon up in the air.
Yeah, but actually that was a bit of a win, right? That Cannon Blast and the potential Dowhand just charging in on you forced JR to use the Infinite Vastness. This is a potential opportunity for a pickoff if AG decides to go aggressive, knowing that that big cooldown, that spell is on cooldown.
That's fair enough, man. I mean, that's a big cooldown for it, especially. Of course, AG Global now back to just chilling around in the mid-segment of the map, making sure the tower doesn't get taken out of the equation. So far, only 2 towers dropped on the map, and both of them actually belong to the side of AG Global, so they need to make some sort of a fight for this soon, and a potential big one on the setup here as yet another tower attempt, this time the mid tower on that clash lane by the side of BSE. And that's quite a massive amount of damage done.
Yeah, and look, BSE just playing it so smart. I mean, the map control, but you're also taking away buffs from Yulong. He has not had a buff throughout, and now Dowhand getting aggressive, or getting gone on.
Yep, and we'll be able to waltz out of that one. No stun from the side of BSC. Fairly done. JD just clearing out the minion wave solo up and top, but the rest of the players on the side of BSC, they are going in here for a hunt, and it looks like you can say goodbye to your golem on the side of AG Global. Dian going in here, launched up into the air. Blue buff taken away by the players on the side of BSE, but Dian with a sliver of health will be able to walk out of there as you see an absolute monster on the side of BSE. But unfortunately, no kills dropping out of that.
Oh man, Yulong actually committed the smite for that one, but he mistimed it. And JR and Musang King, I think it was Musang King who got it in the end, just took that one away. And this is huge, right? And for AGG, when you're a team that's behind 600 gold at the 8-minute mark, you need all of your buffs and, you know, consistently farming. Yulong has not been given that space, and now he's been on the defensive, and he has no buffs to his name. He's going to fall further behind.
And no wasted movements out of BSE, just like the earlier Nova display of supremacy. As they back away, they don't get a kill, but they wipe out the inner tower on that bot lane as well. Making those cheeky attempts. Inner tower, mid lane, 5 really low, unable to go for the defense. Zihong looking for the kill as well, but BSC will allow AG Global to walk away with their lives.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Yulong is that he needs to be split pushing. He needs to just take whatever farm he can across the map because everything else is contested. BSC is not giving any sort of space, so Yulong needs to take advantage of this and just try to go for, you know, a somewhat riskier plays because he's really falling behind. He's literally 2 levels behind Musang King at this stage.
Let's see, oh my goodness, Yulong hopping on in there, looking for the stun, gets the drop, 5 with the kill. Yulong traded out, a little bit of an overextension, but it looks like the punishment is being searched for. 2 players down already. JD is able to slice out JR just before getting taken down. Beautifully done by both sides. And AG Global, though, just hanging on for their dear lives.
Yeah, hanging on for dear lives. And you think, we got Shihong, we got JR, but you didn't kill the king, right? Musang King still standing. He is the tops in terms of net worth, and he's got all the damage, and he's just going to rake those towers in. It's going to make your life difficult. AG need to figure out a way to get onto Musang King.
Yeah, he's the king of fruits, and he's the king of honor of kings at this point of time as well. Musang King is running rampant out there, and this Bruce Lee is literally going to solo this Tyrant all on his own, and is the enhanced Tyrant on top of everything else. None of the AG players anywhere close. Look at the end, just holding everybody back with the overextension. and now extra firepower for BSC.
Yeah, more firepower. Even tougher for AGG to get back in this one. Again, this net worth lead has grown to about 8K at this point. AG, if anything, have taken the red buff, which is great. You need to prioritize it onto JD. Let him do some damage. I mean, he's 7.7. He's keeping on pace with JR, which is great. Not the easiest thing to do, especially since you've been losing throughout. But you need to figure out a way to get the pounce onto Musa King, lock him down so that, again, JD or Yulong can get that kill.
BSC has done so much, they've bought themselves enough of an insurance. Even if they do get aced out, they've got many of their towers still standing on their side. AG Global will only be able to make a slight comeback, but BSC not even making a mistake here, as a phenomenal push for now. The high ground tower on the Clash lane is super successful, deploying their super minions. At the same time, a double on the high ground towers, and now the crystal open for the taking. AG Global doubling back down for a super defense.
Yeah, and look at, they're just waiting for the next minion wave, but they've pushed them so far back that AG can't even get out.
You can't get out for sure. JD literally being pushed all the way back onto a reset, and the crystal says bye-bye. An efficient game for Black True Esports.
Yeah, that last fight was just like, all right, 3, 2, 1, go. And then they all went in, got the team ace, and they just cleaned house, right? Like, that was perfectly played. And this is why BSC are so strong, because, how do you come back from this game? How do you get yourself into it? I mean, it all starts from the beginning and trying to, protect your own buffs and your own jungles and all these things. But BSC, man, when they have the lead, they are so oppressive.
Yeah, like I said, AGG, they're scary for teams like DTE, Team Secret, O2, and all the jazz, right? But up against Black Tree Esports, Nova, these two teams, a class of their own at the top, and they can literally sit in a league of their own as well, right? In fact, these two kings are going to be waiting for at least the next season for the rest of the Malaysian teams to catch up, because thus far, it seems like the void between them in terms of performance is just huge. Look at this performance, Holla.
Yeah, I mean, performance is one thing, execution, but also the draft. I mean, they didn't really have anyone tanky, anyone to kind of just deal with the hits. AG, everybody was so squishy that they had to kind of be pushed back. BSE, once they pounce on you, they just kill you. You have no counter initiation. You have no way to really deal with this assault from Black True Esports when they're up in front of you. Like Musa King, 405, JR just cleaning house with 4-1-2. I don't know who the MVP is, but both of these guys were just killing these squishies.
Yeah, for sure, right? We were thinking that Mosey is going to be very effective in terms of caging them in, and we're going to see some crazy team fights, but Black True Esports did not allow them to do that. They knew that there was a potential that they could get trapped in, but they just went on in there, and they were forcing AGG to scatter all over the gorge, and they just had no proper offensive setup on their side because Black True just kept them on the back foot all the time. Let's look at some of the stats here for not a lot of damage because this was a very quick game.
Quick game, but the saddest part about this is that Daohan and Yulong with that literally 14,000 damage each. And that is, I'm sorry, pitiful, right? If you're looking at the other side, Dion, he's got 14,000 himself and he's the roamer, right? And again, your win condition is on this Jing Yulong. He needed to have gotten going. He didn't really take any fights because he was so far behind. He was like, I need to farm more than I need to fight. And when he actually went for the team fight, he got picked off because he's so squishy and he's so far behind.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. They just could not execute on that idea that they had in their head because execution up against Black True Esports. Oh my lord, look at this graph.
Yeah, I mean, all in favor of BSE, right, from the beginning. Just when they were able to kind of control it out, they're able to close games out. And again, BSE and Nova Esports, this is why they're some of the best teams in the world, because they know how to close out games. When they have a lead, it's very difficult to get back in the game, and they don't give up anything. They don't falter. They don't make mistakes. There are no gaps. And this is why other teams really struggle. And you see this gold graph, to be honest, I think this is a copy and paste from every single game that we've seen from BSE, aside from when they played against Nova Esports, because all of the games look like this, right? Because BSE know how to play with a lead and they know how to close out games.
Yeah, no wasted movements here as well, just like what we saw on Nova earlier on. I mean, maneuvering on the gorge, whether you are on your own side or you're invading your enemy camp, these guys are just getting objective after objective, and not a single invasion ended up without them taking a tower, right? Beautifully done. And this guy, my favorite Durian, 405 on the KDA, 23% of the damage dealt out, 14% taken, 27% of the goal earned overall. he was a menace for sure, and not a single time did they force a reset on him.
AJ, I just want to be very clear. You know that Musang King is actually not a durian, right?
Musang King is not a durian?
No, the gentleman you're seeing right now, that he's not really a durian, right?
Bro, this man must have... He has eaten so much of durians in his life that he named himself Musang King.
I know that. You are what you
eat.
He
was made with durians.
You keep... all jokes aside, I get it. But again, well-deserved. Definitely Musang King, that's the guy. And we'll see, this is pretty much the BSE show. Just the fact that he was able to get the pickoff, really set up by Siang in that first one. But then the rest of them, again, they were just able to kind of dictate, put on the aggression, and just force it down. Like, Musang King dive in tier 2 towers, not scared.
Yeah, you see, Holler, you're American living in Singapore. You don't understand a Malaysian's love for durian.
I love durian too, for the record.
If we name ourselves after a durian, you have to know durian is life. And this guy, I mean, he is a king for a reason. He was a monster out there for sure, so uncontrollable. But BSC, that's exactly what we expected. A little sad because we don't get to see a BSC versus Nova, but at least we get to see them in action.
Yeah. I mean, who
AGG
knows?
has another option though.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. I mean, there will definitely be a time when those two teams are going up against. I mean, they're going to be playing in the regular season next week, so we at least have that. It might be a little bit of a primer going into the playoffs. It will be super interesting to see how they want to play that one out. Because again, the first and the second seed, key, right? Because again, everyone else, third slot, where is he going to go? We're going to have to find out. Seeding is going to be so important this regular season.
Yeah, for sure, Alan. And this is insane because we are looking at the seeding so in particular because we are looking for teams to avoid engaging with AGG. And this is AGG getting absolutely whooped. This competition is on another level, MKL. And I mean, I'm excited to see Nova versus BSC, but at the same time, I'm nervous to cast that game because I'm probably just going to be sitting down there wondering, how in the hell did they keep turning things around up against each other, right? But this game up against AGG was just so clean out of BSC. You can't really second guess exactly what happened out there. The execution was just top notch, Holler.
Yeah, top notch. I mean, it was tough, right? Look, going back into this one, execution was definitely an issue, but for me, it was about the draft. You got to set yourselves up for success.
Yeah.
And it really seemed like it was a much more difficult lineup to play. The laning, once you fall behind, you don't really have a comeback mechanism, and you kind of struggle. And again, going up against a lineup of BSC, which they know, it was very obvious they wanted to go pay, they wanted to go fast and furious, especially early. You need to figure out ways to shut that down early and to kind of play your game instead of theirs.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm assuming AGG kind of like tried out this strat already, and they had something in their heads. It just was not shown out there on the gorge because it was BSC, and they just played a phenomenal game. And like you said, right, that Pei was just activated very early on, and he was literally being assisted on his farm. They were just double hitting every single objective there. Pei was taking that final hit. He was on level 7 very, very quickly. In those team fights, in terms of efficacy, he was just a little bit more sharper in terms of, jungler versus jungler. So overall, it was a great game. Not so sure exactly what the holdup is, but I am just dying to see this game number 2, Holler.
Yeah, same here. I'm excited. I think AGG will bounce back. I think that, again, it's all about that draft. Do something a little bit more standard.
Yeah.
Figure things out. I mean, obviously, they want to prioritize Yulong's hero as much as possible. Let him get going. But you got to do it in a way that's kind of sneaky where you're not, you're giving him as great of a chance as possible, as opposed to going in a hero where the other team can kind of counter draft you, and then they kind of play around that.
Yeah, and that's exactly what BSC did, right? At this point of time, it just seems like a no doubt whatsoever. Those heavy hitters initially getting banned out, also no-brainer. Both sides kind of just took away characters that they just did not want to meet out there. But it is just the hero pool on the side of BSC is just so vast that they can demolish you with anyone that they use. And the proficiency of gameplay is just such, right? They understand the game to such a micro level where that you just don't see many mistakes out of them.
Yeah, very few mistakes. I mean, and this is why they're one of the top dogs, right? I mean, the other teams that can find it are, some of those mistakes are Nova Esports. Again, getting into the draft and all these things, just kind of, putting yourself in a position where you have a chance. like I think drafts, sometimes you can just straight up win out of them if your draft is really good.
Yeah.
And I think that the last one was definitely in favor of BSE. It wasn't like a 60-40 or anything like that, but it was definitely in favor of them. And when you give a team like BSE any sort of edge, no matter what it is, draft, nutrition, health, all of these things, they're going to really fly.
I don't want to say this, but I don't know if I should. See, when I'm agreeing with your draft, you know you've got a problem.
Okay. I think you're underselling yourself a little bit.
From the start, bro. I was excited. I was like, oh, wow, okay, all right. They're going to trap them in. They're going to burst them with all of this potential damage that they've got there. I was really liking it. I was thinking, okay, maybe AGG didn't stand a chance. But after looking at the draft, I thought, all right, maybe they've got a 50-50 chance. That's where they lost it.
No, okay. All right. I think you're underselling yourself a bit. Honestly, if they played perfectly and they were able to counter things and then to hit like the perfect cannon blast into, the boards and all these things, it kind of set things up.
Yeah.
But they were having to play very defensive from the beginning.
Yeah.
And so that's a huge factor in a draft, right?
Yeah.
How easy is it to play? Because if it's easier when the stress happens or things are changing or they're rotating, it makes life very difficult, right?
Yeah.
So again, this is why, in a sense, one of the drafts is better than the other one because it's simpler to play.
Yeah, fair enough, right? And obviously, BSE doesn't even need those simple to play heroes out there. They can smash with some of the harder ones as well. But overall, it was just such a crazy quick match between them. I expected it to go back and forth a little bit, but AGG just didn't really have much of an opening. They were on the back foot almost pretty much the whole game. I didn't really see a lot of cam invasions coming through from their side. Even for the attempts for the Tyrants as well as the Overlord, it was pretty much just one-sided, and most of the time just saw the jungler on the side of BSC just going solo on it. So it was unfortunate for AG, but hopefully with this draft, something a little bit different, Holla.
Yeah, look, AG, I think they need to bounce back. They need to figure something out. They're going to ban out the Lady Soonest, kind of start things off. But AG, look, they're going to be on the blue. They want to pick first. They want to kind of set things up for themselves. But yeah, interesting. They're going to ban out the Luna Blackshrew Esports here, really attacking Yulong in his style of heroes.
And that's good in terms of strategy coming on through first. As long as Yulong does not get activated out there, perhaps that will do them a little bit more of a favor in terms of an early shutdown. The Dharma getting taken out of the equation as well, so no crowd control capability. I mean, not no crowd control, but one less crowd control capability on the side of Blackshrew.
Yeah, I think it's going to help them out. And look, I think that you do not pick the Yulong hero first. I think that you, generally speaking, you want to be picking something that's like, inconspicuous in the sense of like the draft, right? Like a farm laner or a roamer that's kind of generic, that doesn't really give away your strategy. And you want to save those picks, like Yulong's pick, more towards the end, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I totally get where you're coming from with that one. AG Global, like you said, just going in here with quite a straightforward pick. That early, you're looking for the damage out there. This time around, of course, like you already pointed out, they need to be a little bit more on the tankier side, but I think those will come in a little bit later as well. On this other side of things, Blackshrew Esports with a double pick here. So we get to see roughly what sort of a pacing they want to go with this time around.
Yeah, okay, they're gonna go very fast pace, the idea, and the Mai here. They just want to run at you and stun you. But again, very squishy. But look at AGG. They counter with this Princess Frost Liang. This is a nice 1-2 combination. It's very strong. Once you have Liang with the control, you lock him down, then you have Princess Frost with the Winter is here, the Blizzard right on top, and then pretty much insta deletion, right? So you have that potential kill. So once Liang hits level 4, it's gonna be scary for Blackshrew Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Sansa in here as well. This one's going to be pretty wild on the side of Blackshrew Esports. But with their Liang and Princess Frost, I believe they do have quite the capability to manage some of this crowd control out there in terms of these team fights. Because in the previous game, those team fights were pretty one-sided on the side of Blackshrew Esports.
Yeah, and Blackshrew Esports going with the Sun Tzu and realizing that, hey, if anyone, if Leon gets that control, we need that counter initiation. The boat can do it from afar. This is a great potential shakeup. You got to break up that combination as much as possible. Give yourself a chance. But again, Black Shoe Esports, another thing that they need is kind of some way to kind of get on the Liang and the Princess Frost because they are very squishy themselves.
Yeah, most definitely, right? I mean, you look at Liang, squishy indeed, but the damage potential is most definitely there. And of course, we've got the bend, the final one coming on through here. Black Shoe Esports taking out the Ogren, so you won't be able to see AG Global kind of is ravaging on with those kills. And the D-Renji taken out of the equation here from the side of AG Global Holler.
Yeah, actually, if AGG had that Ogren, it would have been perfect for them, right? Just you needed a tanky frontliner, and the rest of them are very squishy. And having that guy that's going to be like, you know, that bodyguard in the front, super key. But I mean, there are definitely other options that you can go. I mean, AGG will have to figure something out. But Black Shoe Esports understanding that they could potentially be there. And this Menki, once it dives on the back line with those Dream Roams, AGG need to figure out some sort of counter initiation to deal with this big old cutie.
I'm a Menki lover, and in the hands of Black Shoe Esports, I think I'm going to see some magic. I'm sorry if I fangirl over them a little bit too much later on. Fade and Liu Bang dragged in here from the side of AG Global. Talk to me, Holler. Are you liking this on the side of AG?
I am. This is, okay, so you see the Princess Frost Liang and then Fade and Liu Bang. These are like combinations, right? The Princess Frost Liang I've already talked about. Fade is the assassin-style hero that will be on jumping from wall to wall, finding the backlines that is Mei and the Didia, and then you have Liu Bang coming in with the battlefield command for that protection. You have like a one-on-one gank that turns into a two-on-one, so you have the numbers advantage, and this could be key. And Black Shoe Esports with this final pick here show you very far ranged. They're going to be at the awards. You have a lot of potential to see what's coming at you, but again, show you on the squishier side.
Oh yeah, I mean the wolf-eyed sniper. I tried to show you just the other day, so I'm actually quite excited to see exactly what the long-range folks can bring here for the side of Black Shoe Esports if they already didn't need one, right? So strong lane control and backline pressure from afar capability out of this show you. I think Black Shoe Esports has got everything. They've got a super tanky defense. They've got those burst output on that Mai. Sanchez is going to be very irritating to deal with as well later on in the game. My goodness, I don't know what AG is going to be able to do with this one.
Look, I think that AG's lineup is really set up for these like power combinations. The potential for those pickoffs are great. Once again, Saber hits level 4, they're going to be just rotating. They're going to be looking for any sort of pickoff that they can find. BSE need to play careful, right? And that early game kind of shifts a bit, especially when you're starting to lose a couple heroes here and there off of this combination.
Oziong in 1v3 here. And will be able to give them a gentle tap as she backs away. No issues whatsoever for Xihong. But a very cheeky start on both sides. And we get to see the mechanical capability of Xihong there as he very easily just barrel rolls out of trouble.
Yeah. So in the same way that, you know, Saber is hitting level 4, that's going to be a power peak for them. Xihong on the other side, he needs to be aggressive in the outer lanes. He needs that presence to even slow down Saber. Put a little bit of pressure onto JD so that JR has a slight advantage. You need to ensure that these end lanes are taking as much pressure as possible.
And nothing much in terms of goal difference at this point of time. Obviously very early in the game, barely at our 2-minute mark. Soon we are going to see some big objectives appearing here. So the early setup for the side of AG Global is going to be crucial as they clean out yet another wave of minions. 2v1 on the side of JR, but backup is on the way. Very smartly done here by AG as they drop away, not wanting to engage with BSE.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty much a rotation to ensure that the Firehawk was picked up as well. So, nice little rotation. They don't want to give JD any sort of edge. This is a huge win for them. If they're able to kind of like withstand or suppress some of the farm into JD, BSE are going to have a much better time. Understanding that the late game, he's the guy, they need to limit him as much as possible.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you definitely don't want JD leveling up quick enough. This early on that frenzy is more than a pain in the ass. And Xihong backing away here as they pick up a spike tail. Easy one for BSE as they'll pick off anything they can from your camp just to make sure you don't eat much.
Yep, and look at this. Saber, level 4. This is a time, right? And now BSE understanding they need to be careful. They got first control.
Yep, absolutely beautifully done. And Saber launched up into the air. Xihong, Maisha Renui finding the first blood out there. Musang King looking for yet another. Dao Han will be able to secure one in return though. Xiang toasted out. And AGG will be able to make sure BSC does not steamroll them early in the game.
I love it how BSC move around. I mean, they knew that Saber was going to be level 4 soon, and the fact that he was hiding, and they were trying to hide the fact that when he got level 4, right? But BSC understanding that the timing was around now when he's about to hit it, and they were able to group up and made him pay getting that first blood. Yes, they did trade, but taking first blood is definitely more key.
Yeah, absolutely. And Blackstreet Esports, it will be able to find a decent enough lead here at the get-go. Nothing too crazy just yet. And sniper shot is going to be super deadly later on in some of these team connections. 5x going to be taken away. And at the bottom here, AG Global perhaps setting up a mid-ambush on the side of Blackstreet Esports.
Yep. I mean, they have that far superior vision with Yulong on these walls. So they should be able to take advantage of that if they're able to kind of catch somebody out. But BSC, look at this. Look at the counterplay, right? They're grouping up. They're not letting any single person to get picked off. If they do, you have Musang King with that Dream Roam or the Diadea Bitter Farewell to kind of shake that control off them. And you have yourself a chance of just kind of surviving that assault.
Yeah, and a triple stack at the top as the Tyrant gets snatched away by Yulong. AG Global off to a great start, but stealing away the Azure Golem was the trick all along. BSC opening up great here as they catch Saber out in the open once again, diving on for him, and they will get yet another kill onto.
That's a nice one. I mean, Saber needs to be careful. Look, you got to be within range to get the control, and that's kind of where he's been kind of dilly-dallying, so to speak. But he needs to be careful. He's very squishy. This is a guy with glasses. He has a very punchable face.
I don't know about that one, bro. Yes, he's going to be backing away, and Si-Hong, opportunity, but Yulong, you're saying, I can hop on walls, you cannot. And he backs away out of that unscathed.
Yeah, he gets, he gets the safety. Yulong, this is the guy, right? He needs a little bit more farm before he gets even more aggressive, getting onto those walls and tries to find the pickoffs onto JR. It's going to be his #1 target, limiting what JR brings to the table.
Yep. And, well, Spike-tailed dinner as JD will not be able to sneak that one. Sorry, he does manage to sneak that one away. Musang King on the Mankey, making himself a little bit more irritating. On the level 9 already, this Mankey is going to be able to absorb a nuclear bomb right after this.
They're all rotating. They want to go. Saber doesn't want to give this up for free. He has control if he wants to go.
Yeah, well, red buff for Musang King. My goodness, this Mankey so annoying, and Siang will pay the big price as Yulong will be able to catch him off guard, taking the bait out early. Means there is a little bit of extra pressure they can exert here on this outer tower down mid.
Yeah, so Siang, I mean, dying, definitely unfortunate, but he was going in for the greater good. Musang King goes for the Dream Roam smite play, ensures that he gets the buff, taking it away from Yulong. Here's the control, they have some damage, but not enough, especially against this big old cutie.
Too cute. And the minions are just gonna do a number on the outer tower here at the bot lane. AG Global will be very happy with that. BSC doesn't go in for the safe, but they're not too fussed about it just yet. The first tower taken down, and it being a BSC tower is a little surprising.
Yeah. I mean, they put some pressure on, but BSC, again, they haven't been able to kind of, expand on this lead a bit. They're still definitely very aware of the combination of Saber kind of going in with that connection and that lockdown, so they have to be careful. They've been sticking together a little bit more than normal, and Yulong here just taking advantage of that extra space. Once Yulong gets going, man, your backline on BSC has got to be a little scared.
Okay, all right. I'm waiting for that moment actually, because AG has been able to handle the situation fairly well so far. And Blackstreet Esports is biding their time. Great suppression here coming along. And, the man's just frozen a little bit too long. Musang King able to waltz on out. And instead, they will be able to get the kill onto Daohan. Musang King, the monster, surviving way too long. That was illegal.
Yeah, way too long. I mean, they don't have damage to deal with Musang King. And I mean, his farm is starting to really accelerate as well. So he's getting even tankier, more difficult to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And JD will be able to deal with Xiang once again. The third time. This man is dying, JD! Will be traded right back out. What a play by BSE.
He's so Xiang, I was like, why is he sticking around? He's like, oh, he's sacrificing himself for the rest of the team to clean house. And getting the kill onto JD, absolutely worth it at this point. That's a trade Xiang will take any day of the week. Yes, he's died 3 times. It looks bad, but he's setting his team up for some of those kills, and he's done a great job of that. I know that you're like, in the rank game, if you see a Clash laner 0, 3, and 4 at this stage, you're like, why is this guy feeding? But in this case, it's tactical feeding where he's helped out the team. It doesn't always happen in your rank games like that.
Absolutely, man. I mean, crazy stuff here. Oh, and the suppression saber doing a number onto him. Xiang, are we going to see yet another sacrifice coming on through here? Yes, we will see. Hawk dropped first, though, and Saber finds Xiang either way. And Musang King tanking a bunch of this damage coming on along, trying to catch Yulong. Yulong hopping on fourth. Diane's going to miss the big drop onto JD, and they waltz on out of there. BSE cannot control AG in this game.
Yeah, they have a little bit of control. Musang King is still this terror up in front. Everyone from AG just so low, they cannot really deal with it. With the wild wind, just barely missing. He had another opportunity to get the pick, but he missed 2 of those snipe shots. Make that 3 in a row. I feel like we need a counter for JR of how many times he's missed.
I mean, AG, good sidestep there as well. They kind of knew the sniper was looking for them already and kind of anticipating those shots, dodging back and forth. Good footwork in the meantime. It's going to be Tyrant time, baby, down at the bottom. So this is going to be a little bit of a miss here as they don't go in for the slay early enough. At the top, 20 more seconds. We're talking about the enhanced version of both the Overlord and Tyrant, so it's going to be big objectives shortly.
Boat is actually going to be locked in, but Saber committing, his ult to kind of deal with the set sail, right? The set sail was sent off early because he knew that he was going to be locked in, so I think that BSE are going to be happy with that. The fact that Saber doesn't have that control, that ultimate at this stage is going to be huge. It's everyone else on the team is going to be way more confident, understanding that they don't have that potential pickoff.
And now, AG looking for the Mr. Tyrant to say hello to him. Enhanced Tyrant's gonna do them a big favor here, but BSE pushing them all back by Musang King, Spanky, Yulong deep in the feet of the Tyrant though as they try to go in here for the final hit. Yulong's just waiting for that opportune moment as BSE gets the damage done.
He's been spotted out though, the Dream Room.
Yep, and they do manage to go in here for the knockback. And Yulong all alone, hopping on in, and that will reset the Tyrant, but JD gets the grab onto Seahawk, a triple, and almost acing out the whole squad of BSE. Now this Mankey is still too tanky, but it's just a matter of time, and Black Shrew Esports get aced out as the enhanced Tyrant belongs to AG Global.
Dude, I love it. You were being a poet there. You didn't even know it. You were like, Mankey is tanky. And I was like, oh, man. Like, should I be beatboxing? Let's get this one going. But a team wipe absolutely on the back of Yulong. And I told you, this guy was going to turn it up. And finding that moment where BSE were starting to group up, that was going to be this scary moment. And he made everyone from BSE pay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And we knew that this was a high 3-game potential series, and AG Global is just making sure they live up to that potential, right? Crazy stuff out here, and Yulong, as you expected, is a monster in this late game, and they're just heading on straight deep into the camp of Black Shrew Esports now, giving them a taste of their own medicine as they take tower number 5.
Yeah, Yulong's play is making me long. Okay, I'm gonna let that one go. But 10-6, AGG continuing to push. This is a scary moment for BSE. They're behind. I mean, this is uncharted water for them.
Oh, look. Well, Yulong getting caught out here now. Oh, Musang King just missing the final shot there, but they're gonna let him waltz away as they clear out the minion wave down at the bottom as well. Now Black Shrew Esports with an all-out defense. This is where the champions, or the ex-champions I have to say, will be tested. Can they now turn things around from this stage?
Yeah, I mean, look, they need to figure out a way to kind of stop this beast that is Yulong. I mean, it's not easy because Daohan gets on top of him. They have that battlefield command. You'll see how Daohan is in the bottom lane doing that split push and creating even more pressure for BSE to have to handle. Now that they're on the defensive and now they don't have any of their buffs, this could be another huge window of opportunity for AG here.
I'm wondering if one AG is going to take this Enhanced Overlord, because those Vanguards will definitely come in very handy. And as I say that, it's like they read my mind. They're going in here and they are going to get those Vanguards irritatingly down those lanes if they could not already exert all of that pressure. Now Black Shrew Esports, this is the time we are going to see some mighty defenses come through.
Yeah, I mean, they have to play defense at this point. Just slow the game. Just, again, get JR going. He's actually fallen behind even against JD at this stage. Not only that, I mean, look at 11.8 with Yulong, right? Compared to an 8.3 from Musan King. Yes, he's tanky, but he really can't fight because Yulong does so much damage. He's actually starting to shred that armor.
And this super defense is just giving AGG all of the buffs of their own camp as well as the camp of Black Shrew Esports whilst they wait for the Shadow Vanguards to head on forth to bring on this extra bit of pressure. Dowhan with the split push down at the bottom. He's going to be unspotted. Vanguard's being assisted up top as well. And Black Shrew Esports being dragged all over the map as they lose their first high ground tower.
Yeah, and this is the power of also Dowhan's Liu Bang, right? The fact that they can split push in all 3 lanes, knowing that if the team fight were to happen, they could just congregate very quickly, right? They can get there in a moment's notice, especially with that battlefield command. They have that potential team fight. So again, this draft to bring them all back into when those team fights are happening, it's gonna be key. But when he does it and how he does it, all eyes will be on him in this game.
And the Musang King is going to be unleashed once again, and this time it is the Musashi on play. I am excited. Let's see how we open things up here as Diane finds some cheeky taps, and look at Saber going right after him. I don't think this is gonna end up well here.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're looking on the other end, if I had to point out one person from AG who needs to really step up, I would say PHY. I think that he's the guy that really needs to ensure that he gets his farm, he's able to do the damage, and potentially get some annihilation kills. All right, and also Dowhan will continue on. Look, he's a little bit low, needs to be careful here. BSE will look to just kind of take the spike tail here and can't really contest. Dowhan will just stay alive more than anything else. But the biggest factor for me in the bottom lane, JRJD. That's always going to be the matchup going into this series. We knew it was going to be a tough one, right? The Loom versus the DRNJ. But these two players are going to, like, look, some of the best farm laners in MKL. And continuing on, look at this. Nua, or Phi, is going to rotate in the bottom lane. Put a little bit of pressure on. He's going to move around with Yulong to kind of help accelerate his farm. It's going to be key because, again, Yulong is the man. He's the guy that wants to kind of compete with the potential jump-ins by Musan King. And he needs that farm. He needs to kind of compete with this. Jihong will be in the mid lane. I would like it if they put a little bit more, they funneled all that farm into Musan King, which is probably huge for them, because again, Musan King is your win condition here.
Yep, JD just being a little bit cheeky down at the bottom just because he has got a little bit of backup courtesy of Saber, but in the meantime, it's just going to be a little bit of a back and forth very early on. Nothing too crazy with the goal pickup thus far. Both sides have been able to farm quite well, and the surprising thing here is AG has been able to pretty much make sure Black Shrew doesn't invade their side too much.
Yeah, they've been very protective of their jungle. I mean, they've definitely put pressure on. And look at this one. Even in the bottom lane, this is going to be huge for BSC, especially since you have Jihong making that rotation as well.
Oh yeah, Jihong now with the extra opportunity, and the gank is beautiful, and JD slipping away with a sliver of health. Very, very well played. And Yulong dropping by to see if or not some backup is needed. And backup is most definitely needed in a situation like this. Yulong hopping on in. JD understanding backup is here. And he's looking for one critical strike, but makes a mistake. And waltz out of there once again. My goodness me.
Yeah, that was actually way closer. I mean, JD, he didn't use his Infinite Vastness the first time because he knew he calculated the damage and he just barely survived because he had his heal as well. But then the secondary one where he goes a little bit far in front, takes a couple shots, and then he uses the Infinite Vastness. Very, dare I say, questionable play by AG. I mean, yes, JD's alive, so obviously he's fine, but man, that was too close for comfort.
Yeah, massive cooldown now, and in 30 seconds, you're gonna have a big objective in the Tyrant and the Overlord, so that may just affect them a tad bit, unfortunately. But as Zihong just waltzed on out of that one, absolutely unscathed by the attacks of the side of AG Global. I mean, this is exactly what we expected out of them. And now the 4-minute mark in 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is a bit of a different game though. Black True Esports definitely in the driver's seat, up about 1K. They're so good at farming. They're so efficient. I mean, this is just the 4-minute mark, and they're already up about 1.3K. And yeah, while AG is technically threatening here, you know, it's just a matter of time before BSE potentially goes for this.
Yeah, AG is looking for the Tyrant, but BSE is looking for them. Saber won't be able to sneak on out of there. No damage done whatsoever. Tyrant still alive as they absolutely conquer. BSE will be able to take it for themselves. A genius move coming through from them.
Yeah, dare I say, kind of a cute move by BSE. It didn't really pay off. They tried to go for the Whirlpool play for that final steal, but a little too much risk for my taste. I would have liked it if they kind of grouped up around the Tyrant to threaten from their own angles. Oh, going in.
I was thinking we'll see a kill there as well, but Xiang overstepping his boundaries here, and Yulong will be able to take the first blood. The Dharma taken out early, and they will not be able to get away from this one. And Zihong, with a sliver of health, will be able to jump on out of danger's path. And he, wow, fine! That Nova got it at the end!
Oh, got him with a pick. He thought he was safe. He thought he was scot-free, but just that last annihilation is like, nah, I got you, friend. He 360 no-scopes it from the mid lane and threw it all. Look at Dowhead putting pressure, takes down the top team too. All in all, a huge one for AGG, and now BSE on the defensive.
My goodness. A good turnaround here, and enough pressure played up against this outer tower down mid. But the defense obviously is going to be stacked up here by the side of BSE. Up on the top lane, up on the Clash lane, you know, heavy losses for the side of Black True Esports.
Yeah, it hasn't been easy. I mean, the kills are definitely in favor of, you know, AGG, but
slain an enemy.
Yes, Dian will be able to find one fairly easy onto the side of JD, and they will be able to take their tower as well.
Yeah, JD, no infinite vastness, I mean, you got to play a little bit safer than that, but Dowhead.
Uh-oh, and Dowhead, the lick comes on through, and JR will find the final hit. This will open up that outer tower on the Clash lane for Black True Esports now to take tower number 2 for themselves. Then Dharma going in for the overextension to clear out the minion wave. SD Renji quickly sorts that out. Down at the bottom, on the other hand, it is the fight for the red buff, and this Crimson Golem will be taken away. The stun is dropped as well, but unfortunately they'll have him waltz out. Junior takes out Saber. Xiang dropped. It is a 1-for-1 on both sides.
Yeah, it looks like Yulong will survive. PHY will as well, but man, BSE.
Oh my. Yeah, Musang King will be able to find the grab onto Dowhead as well at JR. This is now turning into a killing spree. Yulong with a sliver of health cannot interfere in the fight again. Has to go back. And Musashi on the chase. But Musang King is not going to be able to get the cap. Instead, they go for the tower. Outer tower down mid lane now taken away. And just like that, Black True Esports back in the driver's seat.
Look, Dion with some amazing plays, right? The fact that they were kind of pushing in the top T2, but the Whirlpool, the timing on that, right for that Crimson Golem fight, stealing that buff away and then turning that where they got 2 kills out of that one. Just a huge win for BSE, and this is why the Da Chiao is so scary on the Dion, with Dion piloting him. It's a super scary hero. The potential for reinforcements is there, so you don't really know if this is going to be a, 3-on-3 or 3-on-5, and you might be outnumbered, and BSE can turn this at a moment's notice. Super scary time.
Yeah, and BSE more than capable of doing wonders with that surprise play. And now Zihong up against Saber. The hook is there, but they know Saber's just way too tanky in a 1v1. Calling for backup, but by the time backup appears, Saber says no. Red buff belonging to JR, and this is a good, once again, overextension by Black True.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to look to push this. I mean, look, this bottom T3 needs to stand.
Yep, a pushback from Daohen, but he's going to be punished instantaneously. But the minion wave just a tad bit slow on the side of Black Shrew Esports, waiting an extra few seconds. Saber going in for the poke in a 1v1. Jihong unable to shut him down just yet, but the connection will find it. And JR not close enough to get the final hit in, and the minion wave cleared. Great defense by AG.
Yeah, I mean, but the pressure from and the presence of BSE to find out who they need to target. Saber was up in front. He was looking for the perfect angle to get the Umbrella Outburst, hopefully looking to just kind of push them and funnel them into the base. He was not able to do it because he was taking so much damage. JR, very smart with his plays and understanding when he needs to kind of get that damage in.
Yeah, the third mid inner tower, taken down. 6 in total for the side of Black Shrew Esports. Those high ground towers still standing, but the one on the bot lane obviously barely standing at this point of time. And a potential push for the Overlord could just be on the board here for Black Shrew Esports.
Yeah, but I mean, look, the 10-minute factor, the Shadow Tyrant, once that's up, I mean, it might be lights out. AGG right now, I mean, not able to team fight and then having to go against that buff, this could be a terrible situation for AGG. They need to figure out a way to get some sort of farm, look to split push more than anything else, buy yourself some time.
Absolutely, and at this point in time, they're just trying to set up a team fight here to thin the numbers down so that the enhanced Tyrant would be an easy picker for them a little bit later on. Perhaps even the Overlord, the extra push from those Vanguards. JR looking for that opportune moment. Here comes those minions as well, and this is attacking time for BSE. That's the opener, but a great stop laid out here, and that's just going to be Yulong showing exactly who's king, but that will not help them fully defend that high ground tower, easily taken by Black Shrew.
Yeah, perfect siege right there by BSE. Again, keeping the enemy at arm's reach and understanding their own limits of what their range is. Getting that tower for free, nobody dying, everybody getting away scot-free, and then converting this into a Shadow Tyrant on the back as they retreat.
Yeah, Musang King solos the Shadow Tyrant and makes it look super easy. And now, the extra push, that lightning buff. They've got the extra layer of damage to dish out to AGG. And this high ground tower down mid is in a lot of trouble as the minion waves appear as well. Zihong with those shots, and Saber desperately trying to drop the defense in. Will not be caught out just yet, but the stun onto Xiang, and he drops right back. Musang King, a sliver of health, and BSE forced to run away. But AG might just go in here for the pursuit, but unfortunately the minion wave is there that they need to focus on as well. They drop by to clear it off.
Yeah, no, perfect timing there. I mean, just perfect retreats. No one dying. They put a lot of pressure on. They did a little bit of structural damage. You can't win every single team fight, right? And I think that they'll be happy with the smaller win on this one. Yes, it's a little bit of structure damage, but now this is the Crimson one. It's going to be huge here.
Yeah, Zihong. Don't tell me he's going to be able to sneak this one away. He actually pushes back the players on the side of AG because the rest of BSE were about to take the drop on them, using the Crimson Golem as bait, but very smartly retracted by AG. They did not want the buff. They did not want to put themselves in harm's way. But Zihong, a sliver of health left on him as he backs away. Good top up on the health coming on through from the side of Black Shrew Esports, and still AGG unpunished.
Has destroyed a
Unpunished
tower.
at this point. I mean, JD had to use the Infinite Vastness, so this is another potential opportunity for BSE to get that pick off. But taking the mid T3, they're going to be happy with that. BSE don't need to rush things. They're in full control of this game. They understand the limits. It's going to be backing off, looking to take the Overlord. They'll push with that Shadow Vanguard. And just a very calculated, systemic siege by BSE, and AGG are really struggling to find any sort of ways to get back in this game.
Once again, no wasted movements out of BSE at all at this high level of gameplay, where AG Global is literally giving their all, but they have just managed to 3v5 and then sort out the big objectives on the board. Enhanced Tyrant, Enhanced Overlord, everything being thrown at AG Global, including the kitchen sink here, and something's gotta work. And Black Shrew Esports about to make sure that happens right here, right now. Saber pushed back Zihong, not finding that full connection just yet. One final high ground tower on the Clash lane to take off of AG Global's control.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just gonna kind of defend, slow the game down. Yulong using his wild growth to kind of just slow that in. But again, the Vanguard's most important thing. You got to take them out.
Yeah, absolutely. And the team fight is going to put Musang King on the back line, trying to shove all of those players right back into the pot of damage that the side of BSC can bring out here. But he instead gets slain out. JR will be able to find the trade onto the tower, and he will equalize by JD Yulong, all taken down. And this Dharma is taking them to town. Siang now up against Daohan. Daohan super tanky as ever. Zihong on the assist, but the crystal being damaged, and this should be game over as they shut him down as well. Black Shrew Esports wins it out 2-1.
Yeah, that was a great way to just close it out. I mean, it was a little precarious at moments, where especially when Yulong got in, but then he got focused in, and once he died, there was a lot of damage that was just pretty much just gone, right? So they really didn't have much of a chance. BSC understanding the way to win the game, and just being able to finally close it out. Again, just full control of this one really made it tough for AGG to kind of come back into it. And again, like, look, I don't want to say I told you so, but I'm not a huge fan of this Nuwa pick going into this one, and you can kind of see why it really struggles when you're behind.
Yeah, I mean, we saw one great long-range hit coming on through, but apart from moments like that, I have to agree with you. I try to use the Nuwa. Then again, I should not be giving assessments like that. I tend to lose with any heroes I lose out there, so it's unfortunate. But, you know, yeah, I agree with you. The Nuwa just was not super functional this time round. Did manage to get a couple of assists in and one super kill across the board. But apart from that, it was just all-out Black Shrew Esports. But great defensive capability shown by AGG. They kind of held Black Shrew Esports back for long enough, but that didn't really affect Black Shrew Esports. They're like, all right, you're going to super defend. Let me go get the Tyrant. Let me go get the Overlord as well and throw everything else at you. It was phenomenal to watch the back and forth between the two.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I think when those team fights are happening, especially early, just the amount of control and the movement in and out by Dion on this Da Chiao was just really next level. He was on point. I called him out because I was like, oh, is he going to step up to it? And he definitely did show up. This is a guy that made so many saves. He didn't die a single time. He was always Johnny on the spot in terms of just having that support when they needed to be there and to get the guys out, especially when Musang King would be aggressive. He was your exit strategy.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing up against AGG and you're walking away without a single death. Yeah, mad respect, bro. Dian, next level stuff out of the dash out this time round for sure. Let's look at the post-game stats here as well. And the damage out of JR on the side of Black Shrew Esports, phenomenal. 83k on Zihong as well. I mean, this was just a slugfest as anticipated. And look at the damage sustained by that Agudo and Saber there. Yulong doing really well alongside his buddy. 100k in damage sustained.
Yeah, just always there, right? Taking a decent, I mean, look, Yulong and Saber, they're going to take their shots, but it's all about doing the damage in return. You don't want to be just a punching bag. You got to fight back. And so I think that for me, this draft, a little underwhelming. I really don't like it how they try to prioritize Yulong's picks early. I think that you need to figure out a way to kind of, like, I mean, yeah, you have the potential for them to ban you or to pick it themselves, but when you're going Agudo first pick, I think that that's really not the right route. You need to be going with like a farm laner or a roamer in that first pick.
Fair enough, man. I see exactly where you're coming with in terms of those drafts timing, right? AG Global kind of 50-50 at the start. They pulled it back towards themselves a little bit. But in the grand scheme of things, nothing else went their way. It was just BSC. After that first Tyrant secured by AG, BSG just took them to town, showed them exactly how this is done.
Yeah, just again, like a flawless game by BSC on this one. I mean, game two, obviously they struggled, but they really bounced back on this one. Draft, execution, just a clinical BSC game. If you're like, hey, how does BSC play? It's like this. It's oppressive. It's in your face. It's closing it out, and they don't give you any room to breathe.
Yeah, no, not at all. Which is why it's going to be a absolute El Clasico between BSC and Nova Esports later on. Potentially, that's going to be the grand finals matchup. Maybe even the upper bracket clash as well, unless something crazy happens in the competition. So looking forward to those series. Unless, of course, teams like AGG can just, make a super upset happen later on at the playoffs. Obviously, we can see all of those golden matches. 3-1-3 on the KDA. Mr. JR with 32% of the damage dished out. This D-Renji, my God, devastating in his hands.
Yeah, devastating. I mean, at 32%, the damage is actually really crazy. And going into this matchup, we knew that it was going to be JR or JD, and it looks like JR came out on top, really showing up, getting this final MVP, putting the stamp on this game and this series, closing it out BSE. In traditional style, this is the way that we know JR is the guy. But checking out some of these highlights, I mean, I hate to say, it's just going to be like the BSE highlight reel.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just all pretty much one-sided. AGG did have some moments, but most of them were on the defense where they were able to kind of snatch away 1 or 2 kills. But overall, it wasn't really impactful in terms of how it changed what BSE was doing out there.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are times where even this, Yulong got caught out, stuck around a little too long. They were all so low. And then yet, why are they continuing fighting? They found Dao Hen. He gets out of position, but this leads to Yulong barely surviving. And then, you know what? JD just going down on this one. Like, one mistake snowballs into many mistakes. And I think you need to cut your losses off at a certain point. And at AGG, it's like the whole bad boys theme where it's like, ride together, we die together. And they were doing a lot of dying together.
Yeah, unfortunate that is the case, but you can expect that when you go up against a titan like Black Shrew Esports. With that victory, they push themselves over Nova Esports. Yes, they are tied on the match with the series wins and losses, but in terms of the games, they have got 1 map less given away in comparison to Nova Esports. Very impressive, but of course Nova, the reigning champions, will be looking to punish BSE and show them that the number 1 spot means nothing to us, the title does.
Yeah, I think that you're seeing multiple rat races, right? You're going to see Black Shrew Esports versus Nova Esports for the top position. Then you see AG Global, O2 Esports, DTE, and Team Secret kind of fighting for, like, jockeying for positioning in the play-ins. And it's going to be very interesting. I mean, yes, this is the end of Week 5, Day 3, and we're going into Week 6 to find out 3 more days of regular season games to see exactly how this is all going to play out. But we have so many different games to kind of figure out because nothing is locked. Nothing is given at this point.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we've got an interview with JR as well before we wrap the show up. So let's bring the big man over, the MVP, who was very, very phenomenal on those plays. Welcome, JR. Congratulations on your win. How are you feeling fresh off of the 2-1 victory?
I feel so normal because we lost 1 point.
You say feel so normal just like that, bro.
Okay. Understood,
but okay,
understood.
Mad respect, yeah.
Yeah, mad respect. Seriously. JR, congratulations. That was a great series win. Going into this series, it was a head-to-head between you and JD. Do you have any words for JD now?
I think he need to improve himself because he facing me, he plays so normal.
Okay. Does he need to be more aggressive, or like what does he need to change a little bit?
More aggressive.
Okay. Interesting.
Okay. All right. So that crazy words of encouragement. JR, one more for. Do you actually have a message to send out to your opponents? Obviously, Black Shrew Esports has done so much, but Nova also flexing, looking for the title here. They are probably your closest opponents. Any message for them before you bump into them in the playoffs?
Ready for us. We will crush you.
Nice. Love it.
Love it, bro. Yeah.
Love it. Well done. Awesome. Okay. Any final words for your fans, family, anyone that you want to give a shout out to here?
I want to thank all people who support us.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, JR. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of the regular season as well as the playoffs. We hope to see you do very, very, very well.
Yeah. Cheers, buddy. Gotta love the candidness off of JR, bro. I mean, like, you can tell he's wise, all right? He thinks through his answers first, and he's very sharp with them. He knows exactly what he's talking about. It's like, he got compared to me on the head-to-head, but he needs to be a little bit more aggressive. He was pretty normal. How do you feel after the victory? It's all right. It's normal.
Yeah. I mean, but this is the thing, is that you have to be like, you got calm, cool, and collected throughout. Even when you win or when you lose, no matter what, you just need to be like, hey, steady as it goes. And there's a reason why JR is tops, because the way way he plays and the mentality, and you see this, is that like everything is just like a BAU. It's a normal day. I know how to play. I just need to be very consistent for my team, and he's very good.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. I mean, the guy is cool on and off the gorge. This is a phenomenal performance from Blackshrew Esports. Yes, they do manage to pretty much tighten their hold on that #1 spot for sure now. But the battle is inevitable between themselves as well as Nova. Who gets to take the top spot, who gets to call themselves the champions of the first ever official league here in Malaysia. I don't know, but it's going to be exciting. The journey to get there is going to be very explosive, Holla.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? Every single favorite that has come out of the Malaysian qualifiers and then potentially in the MKL has usually gone to be the champion. They're usually the favorite going in. And obviously going into KWC, where it's going to be a lion's den, so to speak, with a ton of good teams, and plus the teams from KPL, PKL. I mean, like all of the different teams, the squads are going to be gunning for you. They know that MKL speaks volumes about where you are standing in the HOK esports scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously, that makes us really, really proud of what we have here in MKL in terms of the quality. But they can't be slacking off just yet because, all eyes are on them. They are obviously watching these games, watching how they move out there, seeing exactly how they can pick this team apart. So I think it is a huge negative to have such a reputation out here in the world of esports. But either way, fingers crossed, that keeps these boys constantly looking for more, right? But looking at how JR just answered this, they've got it, bro. He's just chill. He's like, how's the pressure? Normal.
Yeah, I mean, it's about
Are you stressed?
confidence.
It's normal.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you want, right? From all of your players. Nobody's kind of like freaking out about a loss or the wins are the too high, because it's like the whole emotions. You just got to keep them in check, and I think that's really good about just being consistent, just showing up every day, win or losing, like win or loss. You're just gonna show up and just make sure that you put your team in a great position to win.
Yeah, and all gamers global as well, right? A great game played by them, especially that match number 2. Game 3, the tables kind of got turned. What they were doing to BSC got done to them. They were being forced on the ultimate defense. They didn't really get to play much of their own game. It was the pacing set up by BSC. So this is something that is just inevitable because of how good BSC is overall. But all gamers global, their aim is going to be to get there soon as well, right? Whether they do it in this competition or the next one, it really doesn't matter because we know they are one hell of a good team. I mean, every other squad definitely not looking forward to meeting AGG at the play-ins.
Yeah. Nobody wants that, right? I think that this is a series that they're going to look back on. They're going to learn a lot from them. I think that, BSC really showed up and they kind of, even gave some advice at the end of the day about being a little bit more aggressive. But yeah, they can make some gameplay changes. And I think that that's going to help them as they move into the play-ins. Because all in all, they're still where they are, 3rd place. I think that they're going to be happy with that situation and just kind of taking those losses and those lumps to really learn and to move on.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And of course, teams like O2 Esports, Team Secret, DTE, the hustle is on. I mean, we've seen so much of improvement because we've got a huge marathon of a double round robin here at MKL. We've seen teams really step it up, kind of turn the situation around up against the teams that they initially took a loss up against in this double round robin, which is a great blessing of this double round robin, right? At least it's not just an L, which you can't really recover from. You can try to make a difference for you in that second round. And many teams have kind of done that. But of course, up against teams like Nova and Blackshrew Esports, it just gets a tad bit more difficult. But as for the next week's matches, Week 6, Day 1, we've got Seoul Esports taking on BSC for this match number 1, which is going to be pretty crushing for Seoul Esports if their soul has not been crushed thus far.
The second series is going to be O2 Esports going up against Todak, who also have had their souls crushed a bit in this series, unfortunately. And the final one, which is going to be the banger, it's going to be match 3, Nova Esports going up against AG. How does AG respond going up against another Titan in the MK?
Oh, AG's not having it good, bro. Back-to-back Titan fights here. But thankfully, they have got quite a number of days to rest up, prepare for this matchup. So that's going to be a banger. It's going to be a very quick game on that first series for obvious reasons, but I want to see Blackshrew Esports help out Seoul Esports here, right? Help them train on the official league here. Come out with some creative draft. Let's see exactly how far Seoul Esports can push this on.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting if they're able to do it. But look, if you happen to be in around the MKL spring season, please do come on down June 6th through 8th. Sunway Pyramid, LG2, Blue Concourse. Check it out. It's actually very close to where AJ lives. So if you want to find out where he... No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't do that. Go down, watch the playoffs, check it out live, and, see the MKL spring. Who will be champion?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Sunway Pyramid. Have you ever been to Sunway Pyramid? We've got Sunway Lagoon right beside that as well. So maybe you guys can go for a dip before the competition starts or whatever. I mean, make it into a holiday if you're not from KLPJ. It is a good reason to come down because it's going to be a party later on, 6th to 8th of June for MKL, our playoffs on ground land. That's what I'm looking forward to. But of course, Holler, it's been a fantastic day here with you today. The games have been phenomenal, my friend.
Yeah, it's been great. And it was a pleasure casting with you, AJ, for the day. We're going to be ending it out. Of course, this is week 5, day 3. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Holler, and with me has been AJ. We are signing out. We'll check you out a little bit later next week.
Changing some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want.
an honor showtime. It's an honor showtime.